So what we want to do is cultivate a capacity for kindness. So, close your eyes. Take a few moments to breathe in and breathe out. Alrighty, chat. Let's get started. Welcome to another Healthy Gamer GG stream. My name is Alok Kanoja. Just a reminder, although I'm a psychiatrist, nothing we discuss on stream today is intended to be taken as medical advice. Ooh, I have some stuff from cleaning yesterday. Everything is for educational or entertainment purposes only. So if y'all have a medical question or concern, please go see a licensed professional. Happy Friday, everybody. Is this too much light? What do y'all think? Is that better? A little bit more intimate? Or do y'all like this? No. So happy Friday, everybody. And yeah, so we're just gonna like kind of chill today. Okay. I don't think that we're not doing much. We're just gonna hang out. Just gonna hang out with chat today. So we're gonna, I think we've got some new clothes. I mean, sorry, not clothes, commands. And so we're just going to be like talking to people from our community on Discord. And yeah, we're just going to talk about like whatever. So, well, it's just kind of open. So no particular topic for the day. So whatever y'all want to talk about is what we're going to be talking about. I hope y'all are having like a good year. I know 2022 has been somewhat of a mess, right? Like some things were good and some things were bad, but one of the things I think is crazy is that, there are all these once in a lifetime events. Like, oh my God, like COVID is a once in a lifetime event. And then if you're in the US, like the January 6th insurrection, it's a once in a lifetime event. And there's just so many once in a lifetime events. And yeah, so inappropriate Llama is saying, thank you for writing the feels. Well, you're very welcome for writing the feels. I think, I'm not the person that y'all should thank for that. That was really a community-driven event with people like Tech Teller taking the lead on that. So that was Tech Teller's brainchild. And clothes, we can talk about clothes if y'all want to. And what happened to 2021? I don't know, man. 2021 just blew by, and now like we're already at the end of 2022. Isn't that wild? Yeah, it's crazy. But let's kind of hop in and let's see what people are talking about today. Hold on a second. Testing 1 2 3.
Testing.
Okay, great. Shall we get started?
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go. Happy holidays, everybody. You're still dealing with 2015? 2015 now. You know, one thing that is actually pretty exciting is that we've got... Oh, hello. Someone's here. Hello.
Hello. Hi, I'm Liz.
Hi, Liz. Give me 1 second. I'm going to turn you way up. Right? Can you count to 10 for me, Liz?
1, 2, 3, 4,
Yeah,
5,
let's
6,
try it.
7, 8, 9, 10.
Is there anything you can do to turn up your audio?
I can check, but um, according to the OS, I was
Testing. So what I can
mm,
do is... Okay, if you can't turn up your audio, I'm going to just turn mine down, and then everyone else can turn their volume up.
I can check if Discord is not set up properly, because normally this works well.
I think we're okay. We can just keep going. If you're listening out there, just turn the volume up. So how are you doing
Yeah.
today? And was it Liz?
Liz, yes.
How are you, Liz? Thank you for calling in.
A little tired with all the preparations. We are celebrating Christmas in our family, and I'm the mom and the kitchen owner and master and responsible person.
My God, is that something you're happy about, or something that is a burden, or...
Normally, I'm very content with it. I like my own cooking the most, so uh, I don't mean that as a bragging. I just developed a cooking style that fits me very well.
Yeah,
Um,
cool. What are you good
but
at making?
um, lunches. I usually cook twice a day. Uh, I have two kids, and they are little and at home, so they need feeding all the time.
I do hear that
Hungry little
children
black
need feeding all
holes.
the time. How old are your
And
kids?
2 and 5, and nothing is ever uh, according to their taste. So
Yeah,
there are
that's
always demands on that front.
definitely. And how are you, I mean, that's a lot, dude. Having a 2-year-old and a 5-year-old and cooking, that's like, how do you stay sane?
Okay, it's not that bad. It's just usually I like it. I have lots of fun overseeing both the kitchen and the kids. It's just for the celebrations. We had lots of plans. Okay, I had lots of plans, and my oven door fell off on Monday and only got repaired this morning. So I'm a little behind the schedule.
Oh my God, can you tell me about the schedule?
I had a schedule of which day I would prepare what cookies and cakes and roasts
Oh my God.
for one big no two big dinners over the weekend, and um I like planning, and I like keeping plans, and we fell off schedule horribly, and I tried to make it up all today. So
And did you catch up?
um I dropped a couple items off of the schedule that was mostly just things to make the kids happy, with chocolate chip cookies with lots of icing on top
Hmm.
for decorations and fun, and kept the more important items I know will everybody will like.
Like,
And now we are back on schedule.
so what are some of the classic favorites?
Oh, I've got a honey gerbo recipe. Um, that is a couple of layers of mm, a little brittle dough and a honey tasting cream with some homemade jam in between with chocolate topping.
Wow, that sounds decadent and delicious.
It is it is an absolute favorite for the family, and I only bother with it once a year uh, because it takes hours.
And how many people are you cooking for?
Um, the four of us, and we are going to surprise the neighbors because they have been incredibly kind to us. We moved recently. It's been an international move, and we are unable to visit family,
Oh my goodness.
but our neighbors and the landlord have been incredibly very kind to us, and we wanted to give back some of the kindness.
That's
Um,
awesome. Sounds like people are very lucky to have you in their lives, Liz.
I don't know. I feel like I'm very lucky to have all these people. Like, we got a Christmas tree, and we didn't know what we will put on it,
Hmm.
because we couldn't fit any of the decorations into the suitcases when
Of
moving.
course.
And one of the neighbors just gifted us a full bag that was twice as much as we needed,
Wow.
because she said that her house was all decorated, and I saw it. It was, well, not visible from outer space, but it was very nicely done up. And she still had leftover baubles. So now we've got that too.
That's awesome. So Liz, are you it sounds like you're doing well in life, like cooking, got some family, have some nice neighbors.
We are incredibly lucky, and we have been achieving things that I would like to say I'm very proud, but a lot of it was either chance or we were lucky to be in the right position at the right place at the right time.
Hmm.
We also had a lot of family helping us throughout everything. And also, I have trouble saying I'm proud of anything. So, uh,
What do you mean by you have trouble saying you're proud of anything?
um, I have very, very high expectations from myself, and I can never live up to them.
Okay, is that something you want to talk about today?
Um, Actually, I wanted to talk about if you think it's actually possible to do a good job at parenting, because uh, right now that is kind of my main focus. My kids are at home, and I'm trying to do the best that is possible.
That's a great.
And I'm not sure if I am doing very well, or if it is even possible, because all I find is conflicting advice all
Okay.
over the internet and in books, and sometimes I sometimes even professional people go like, okay, so I know a lot about kids and psychology, so my kids are going to be extra specially screwed up,
Uh,
and that is just not very uh, that is something that worries me.
yeah.
I
It-
understand that it is usually said as a joke.
well, sometimes there's a piece of truth inside a joke, right?
Yeah, that freaks me out.
Yeah. Okay. So first of all, I'm happy to try to answer that question, but it's not like I've raised dozens of successful children, right? So I mean, I have a 5-year-old and a 7-year-old. Jury's still out on whether we're doing a good job. We can certainly talk about it, but I was a little bit curious, Liz. So, I'm thrilled that you called today. I'm thrilled that you're a part of whatever we're doing here. But I'm a little bit curious. Can you help me understand how a mother of 2 young children found this community and what you like about it, or why you hang out with us?
Oh, okay. My husband is very much a gamer,
Okay.
and I like video games somewhat. I grew up playing a ton of Age of Empires and
Nice.
trying a little bit this and that, but I wasn't very much into gaming ever. But my husband has always been, and I think it was him who found the community and showed me your streams, or maybe it was just the videos first.
Hmm.
And then we got hooked, and I tune in every now and then.
Okay. Well, you're more than welcome to be here, even if you're not a hardcore gamer. I think we're quickly learning that our community is like changing. Like we have a lot of young parents actually. So thank you so much for adding that context. So you're concerned about screwing up your kids?
Yeah.
Yeah. So and you want to like, what's your goal with your kids?
I want them to be happy in life.
Okay.
And I know that that's not up to me, but I want them to be able to focus on making themselves happy instead of dragging a very heavy baggage out of childhood.
Okay. And what
So
kind of okay? So like let's so you say that you know you can't make them happy, but that's your goal. So that's kind of interesting. But you don't want to screw them up, is what I'm hearing.
I want them to be happy, and I understand that that's not up to me. So
So
in
so
order for them to be happy, I want them to be armed with all of the tools necessary to be able to tackle this life thing.
okay. So what tools do you think are necessary to tackle life?
Um, well, that's a very long list. Um, I want them to have a healthy relationship with themselves
Okay.
first, and with us second, and um, well, I hope they will be able to have friends. Uh, it's a skill to make friends, and I'm not sure I can give them anything in that regard. I don't really have friends on my own.
Okay. What what other skills do you think that your kids would need?
Um, from all the things that they can learn in school, which is mostly knowledge and intelligence based,
Okay.
to life skills
Like what?
of uh, life skills like what?
Yeah, like what kind of life skills?
Be able to handle a home,
Okay.
because I hope that one day they will move out,
Okay.
and that comes with a lot of responsibility. Uh, be able to handle themselves in social settings,
Okay.
be able to reflect on themselves and whatever happens to them.
Okay.
I would like them to uh, be able to handle whatever happens to them, not through a dented lens, but with um, with a healthy approach.
And how do you know how do you know how to deal with things with a healthy approach?
I do not know that. I am learning that right now.
Okay. And how are
I
you learning
have
that?
been seeing a therapist for a bit more than a year,
Okay.
and we have discovered a couple of issues. And what bothers me about it is that most of the issues, if not all of them, are coming from me learning things wrong when I was a little child.
Can you share with us an example of that if you feel comfortable? You don't have to. I'm just curious what kind of thing we're talking about.
No. Um, from my perspective, everything that goes wrong is my fault. And the reason for that is because my parents were strict and somewhat absent when they were, uh, when we had any issues, when we had any problems. I have siblings. When anybody cried, when anything broke, uh, if I was there, I was at fault. And I learned that shortcut very well. And nowadays, anything goes wrong in my life, it's got to be my fault. And that really stops me from actually understanding what went wrong, or how I can do better next, or how I can accept things that go wrong and I have nothing to do with them.
I'm glad you said that last part because when you were saying, you know, I have trouble figuring out how I can do better next time. But what if
Yeah,
it
that's my
wasn't your
issue,
fault in the
right?
first place? Yeah. So, Liz, I think, all right. So we could talk in more detail if you want to, but you asked a question, which was like, how do I not screw up my kids? So maybe I have something of an answer for you. Okay. So as a psychiatrist, sometimes people come into my office, right? Like you went into your therapist's office. And then when we talk about, okay, what does this person struggle with? Most of the time, we talk about the past, especially in psychotherapy, right? We talk about your upbringing. And the more that I've worked with people, I was kind of wondering, like, okay, so like usually if you have a patient who comes into your office, you can kind of pinpoint a couple of things. Like in your case, it's that you accept responsibility for anything that goes wrong, right? These are patterns that you were taught in childhood. And I started to wonder myself. I was like, okay, so if I want to not screw up my kids, what are the things that I need to do? And what I started thinking about is like, okay, for each of my patients who comes into my office, if they got screwed up by their parents in some way, which isn't always the case, by the way, what were the things like, what could their parents have done differently to avoid their child being in my office? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And then I actually started kind of like making a list. So I started taking notes about like, what are the biggest mistakes that parents make? Or what do parents need to do to avoid having their kids see a therapist, which isn't always a bad thing, by the way.
Yeah,
And
no, that's all right. Like, if you need help, you need help, and the
yeah,
therapist will help you with certain mental issues.
great, right? And at the same time, I do kind of think that a lot of times, if you think about parenting, we're not really taught how to parent. So then what I did is I started wondering, and I looked at parenting books. And then what I saw is that when it comes to parenting books and mental illness, all of the books are diagnosis specific, right? So that'll be like how to parent a kid with ADHD, or how to parent a kid with anxiety, or how to parent a kid who has an addiction. And then I kind of realized, wait a minute, all these like parenting books, the illness has already struck at this point, right? Whatever like happened has already happened, and now you're kind of dealing with it. So we haven't actually prevented any problems if you look at these like parenting books. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and that's sort of an issue. I just want to produce healthy, happy kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with them already.
Let's hope not. No, I'm sure they're fine. So here's kind of the conclusions that I came to. Okay, so I'm going to kind of start with what you said. So the first thing that you said is healthy relationships. You said with themselves and with other people. And then you also mentioned that you yourself have difficulty in social situations, right? You don't have many friends?
That's right.
So I do think that developing healthy relationships with other kids is a really, really important skill to teach your children. And if you don't know how to do that kind of intuitively, you can learn. So first question that I have is, do you set up play dates for your kids?
Not yet.
Okay, so I would start, right? So the first thing is like, even as young as 2. So the idea that, oh, like we can form relationships. Like, did your parents set up play dates for you?
No, it was there were other kids in the street, so go out and please come back.
Right. Okay. So I think play dates are like a really great example. So I mean, I know this sounds kind of weird, but I will, like, when I go to things that my kids are at, I will be quite, I don't want to quite say aggressive, but I'll like walk up to, people, and I'll like ask them if they want to set up a play date for our kids. If my kids are playing with their kids, like I'll walk over and introduce myself, and then like, I'll be like, hey, like, my name is Alok. It seems like our kids really get along. Are y'all interested in setting up a play date? And so some people are telling me that this is more of a US thing. So, but I think that sort of creating structured activities for your kids to be able to interact is like really important and kind of lets them learn social skills. You don't necessarily need to teach them, but you need to create opportunities for them to learn social skills. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure. Kids are great. Like, they can do amazing things without us ever interfering
Yeah.
if they have a chance.
Yeah. So I think that what you just said is like the key to good parenting, is that my kids can do amazing things on their own if given the right chance. So one piece of really good advice that I got from someone who was older and wiser than me is that I was kind of asking them, like, how do I be a good parent? And they said, give your kid, what we try to do is give your kids wings and give them a nest. And everything in between, they can handle themselves. Does that translate well? Do you understand what that means?
Right. It also sounds beautiful and practical.
Absolutely, right? So it's like we're going to equip them with the ability to do things on their own, and we're going to have a safe haven that they can like come back to if the real world kind of kicks their butts a little bit. So that's kind of one thought. I think the other thing is when it comes to social situations, if you see your children making a mistake, then I think like talking to them about understanding that is really important. So things like reciprocity are very important in early relationships. So if you want to have a child, if a friend comes over to your house, you have to share with them, but then you should also expect that they would share with you. And then so I think like some of those things, but I think basically create opportunities for your kids and then teach them like reciprocity, teach them kindness, like offer the kid food when, if someone is visiting your house, like teach them how to host. I think that's like basically the social stuff. And I don't think, even if you don't have many friends, I don't think that your kids will be fine actually if you just give them opportunities. Does that make sense?
It does.
I think in terms of, you mentioned knowledge. So I think that by all means, have them learn whatever they learn at school. But I think sharing kids, teaching your kids whatever you know is also like really, really good. So I don't do you like read to your kids and stuff?
Oh, yeah. They are very interested in it. So I think that's gonna go well.
Great. Right. So it sounds like you're doing well for like number 2. And then you said that you want them to like learn how to be like independent and take care of themselves, right?
Right. If they wanna stay close, that's up to them. If they wanna go out into the world, I want them to be able to do that.
And so do your kids help out around the house?
When they are interested,
Okay.
and when I am well rested and patient, because otherwise, having them do things in the kitchen or knock things over with a broom and all the little kids' accidents, I don't handle them very well when I'm tired.
Of course. And you must be exhausted like most of
All
the
the
time.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's, so
We have some leftover post-COVID sickness lingering, and the little one has sleep apnea, and that is giving us a lot of long, exhausting nights.
yeah, so I think the other thing you've got to do, Liz, is just cut yourself some slack in terms of like, you've still got 10 years plus to teach your kids these 5 things. And if you're just too exhausted to like teach them how to sweep right now, like that's totally fine. I think the main thing that you can sort of share with them is if you have the energy, have them help you out. And even if it's not helpful, and once again, if you have the energy, but you don't want them to grow up kind of assuming that there's like a magical elf who lives in the house who takes care of everything. So as they get older, like you want to have them have some responsibility for like brushing their own teeth, getting dressed. And I would say like what you should really do is pick like 1 to 3 things a week to teach them and be very consistent with it. A very common mistake I see parents make is they'll try to like cook and clean and put this and do this and this. And then you're telling your kid like 15 things every day and they're not
Yeah,
really
it's
like,
overwhelming.
yeah. So I'd pick like 2 or 3 things. Like it starts really simple. It's like put your shoes away when you walk into the house. And for 1 week, that's the one thing that they've got to do. And then they'll learn it and then you move on to the next week. And you're going to have somewhere around 500 to 800 weeks So you can teach them like, 1,600 discrete house tasks.
Right. This gives me a little bit of anxiety because when they are little, they are interested in helping with everything. And I am always tired to include them on my own. So if they come up to me and they try to help, I try to involve them. If I'm tired, I don't. I ask them to not interfere or set them up with a different task. And then this time will pass and they will no longer be interested.
That's a very good point. So let's talk about this for a second. If a child comes up to you and wants to help, and you say yes, and you're not tired, and then they get to help, right? Or even if you're tired, you say yes anyway. What is the child learning?
Their help is welcome.
Okay. And if the child doesn't want to help, do they help?
They don't.
Okay. And if they want to help and you say no, what is the child learning?
That they are not welcome.
Okay. Sort of, right? So here's another way to think about it. If the child gets to help every single time that they want to help, and they never have to do work anytime that they don't want to help, what you could be teaching them is that helping is based on how you feel in the moment. What you're actually reinforcing is like, if I feel like helping, I can help. And if I don't feel like helping, I don't have to help. So the really interesting thing, and I see a lot of parents be anxious about this, is by always catering to their wishes, what you're actually doing is teaching them that other human beings don't really matter very much. I don't think it's unhealthy at all for your children to realize that their parents are not infinite sources of like energy. Because like that's how kids become entitled.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
So I know it sounds kind of weird, but sometimes like I think it's okay for a parent to get angry at a child. I think it's very important social feedback. Now, I don't think you should let your anger control you. I don't think you should do anything that's abusive or harmful. But if a kid does something that pisses you off, I think it's actually really important feedback for you to express that emotion and do so in a compassionate way. Maybe even apologize if you overdo it. And you're modeling all kinds of things. You're teaching them all sorts of stuff. The first is that they don't exist in a vacuum and their behavior affects other people. Very important for kids to learn. Next thing is that even if you get angry and you apologize, you're teaching them all kinds of stuff. The first is that if you get angry at someone and you say something out of line, it's important to apologize. Second thing you're teaching them how to do is how to repair relationships that are rocky, which is a very important skill. Right. But I think that like some of the stuff you're doing is totally fine because somewhere along the way, we started parenting to try to create like this perfect situation for a child. And then like it's the child never gets yelled at. No one ever says no. No one ever gets angry at the child. And then the child goes out into the real world and it's like you're learning how to play a game.
Like it at all.
Yeah. You're learning how to play a game in God mode. And then you go and like you queue up for like a pub game against other people and you suck. Because you've been playing a fixed game your whole life.
Yeah, that's a totally different game.
Yeah.
And they do have to things. Well, my oldest is 5. She's kind of just old enough to understand that sometimes she has to do things even when she doesn't feel like.
Good.
Well, the little one, sometimes she's forced to do things she doesn't like, but she doesn't understand it at all.
Yeah, she's 2, so that's a whole different ballgame. But
right.
I think this is the kind of thing where, so like in terms of like getting your kids to help, so I'm glad you're forcing your kids to do particular things. I'm actually glad that you're telling them no sometimes, right? And then, you want to have conversations about that. Like if you say no, it's not that you don't want their help. It's that right now, mommy needs to focus on this. You can also talk to them a little bit about, so instead of like, I don't know how to say this, instead of like avoiding rejecting your kids, I think it's actually healthier to like explain it to them and try to get their understanding of like why mommy is saying no. So I think this is something that
Yeah, because I'm not rejecting them.
yeah.
I just don't want them to interfere
Yeah, so
when I am really unable to handle that.
yeah, so I think it's okay to set limits with your kids, and also you're modeling for them that they can set limits on other people, which is a huge skill. Like the things that screw up kids
God,
and
that is something I don't have.
exactly. So you don't have that, but you're teaching it to your kids. So they're not going to be like you. That's a win, right?
Oh yeah, they are gonna be screwed up in their own different way.
Hold on. I don't know about that yet. We'll get to this in a second. But in
Right,
terms of like, top things that have kids wind up in my office, not setting limits on other people when you can't handle it is at the top of the list. So I think it's a good
Okay.
thing. So
All right.
then
That's good. That's good.
the next thing that you're doing, which is really, really interesting, which I think is really, this is the biggest mistake parents make, is you're worried that you could be screwing up your kids, right?
I am, because I feel like I am screwed up by my parents being either absent or
Okay.
too strict.
So Liz, let me ask you a question. Is you being worried that you're going to screw up your kids, does that make you more likely to screw up your kids or less likely to screw up your kids?
I'm not sure, because I do pay attention to lots of things, but on the other hand, sometimes I'm just a ball of anxiety, and I don't imagine a ball of anxiety is a good thing to have as a parent.
That's a great point. So let's try to understand this. The first is that I think the parents who make the biggest mistakes are the ones who are not worried about making mistakes.
Yeah, like you've got to pay attention and have those good intentions.
Yeah, it's not just good at no, the problem is obliviousness. It's not about intention. It's like if I'm a parent and I know what's best for my kid and I'm 100% right, my kid is going to be a child actor and is going to be famous at the age of 8, and I know 100% that that's what they need. Right? So the biggest thing that you're actually doing, which is very good for your kids, is you're thinking about how to be a good parent. Most people don't think about how to be good parents. Do you get that? So like, just the fact that you're not 100% sure means that there's room to move, which means that you're going to adapt to whatever the situation is. And then you're kind of saying, I'm reading all these books with conflicting opinions, and that's good, because if they all said the same thing, they would be wrong, kind of, sort of, right? Because like no book is going to teach you how to parent your kids. So what you have to do is read all those books, but you're not going to find an answer out there. The answer comes from your 2-year-old and your 5-year-old about what they need. And you just pay attention.
Okay.
The last thing is, I agree that you shouldn't be a bundle of anxiety around your children. So should you be concerned and be thoughtful about how to be a good mom? Absolutely. But I wouldn't worry. Like, kids are pretty resilient. Like, you really have to, I mean, like, think about how, when you were growing up, how many times did people make you feel responsible?
I don't know if there was a day when I wasn't responsible.
Okay. So like, how many days did it take to screw you up?
All of them?
Absolutely. So like, kids are resilient. If you want to screw up a kid, you have to screw them up every single day. Like, even if you're a ball of anxiety half the days out of the year, your kids are going to be okay.
All
Right?
right.
Like, this is what parents don't realize, is that kids are quite resilient. I mean, you're telling me that there wasn't a single day where this wasn't your life. And look at you today. You're presumably happily married and you've got 2 kids who sound amazing.
No, we have an amazing, wonderful life.
How the fuck do you do that if you're so screwed up?
Oh, I went into this and yeah, that's another story.
right? So I think this is where like you got to have a little bit of faith in yourself. Your kids are going to be fine because they have a mother who's like thoughtful about it, right? And you're going to make a lot of mistakes. Are you going to make mistakes, Liz?
Sure.
Yeah, you're going to make a lot of mistakes. But the good news is that your kids are quite resilient, and you're going to correct your mistakes, and you're going to like learn, and you're going to question, and you're going to worry, and you're going to talk to your therapist about it. You're going to talk to your partner about it. You're going to talk to your kids about it. And then they're going to be okay.
Right. And if I actually show them what happens when you make a mistake and you correct it, then maybe they don't have to learn it in adulthood.
Yeah. Or, thank you. What? It's a strange beverage. Okay. Thank you. Does that make sense, Liz?
Yeah. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
I think your kids are really lucky to have you.
I honestly do hope that that is true.
Yeah, I can see that lack of confidence bleeding through, but that's okay.
I'm working on it.
Yep, you are. So is that something you can be proud of?
I will get there another day to say it.
Okay, good. We can accept that.
Seriously, I got that as homework to work on
Yeah.
it and think about it just this week.
Yeah, good. Good. Right? So like your kids are going to grow up with a mother who is actively working on being a human being, who is not taking it for granted that she is an amazing human. And that is like the best thing that you can give your kids, is the idea that being a good person is not something that is in your blood. It's something that's gained through effort. Because like half the people in our community are like, oh, I have such a high IQ and I'm so lazy. And what they were taught is that whether you're successful or not, it has nothing to do with your effort. It has everything to do with your genetics. And so like you're teaching them the opposite, which is that, hey, like whether you're good or you're bad, you've got to work it yourself. And that even lifelong anxiety can be fixed with effort. Very, very valuable lesson to teach your kids. Hey, if something is really screwed up in your life, you can work at it for 2 years and it will get better. Incredible message for children. All kinds of stuff.
sounds
You're
wonderful.
doing good.
Okay. That's a lot of food for thought. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you for calling. And I'm thrilled, Liz, that you're a part of what we're doing. Like, I'm so happy that we have young parents here.
I'm very glad that the community is actually open to everyone who is maybe not a gamer but on the fringes or
Yeah,
even beyond.
you know, honestly, I gotta break it to you. Like, we're less than 50% of us are gamers now. The average age of people who watch our YouTube channel is like 32 or 34, maybe.
Seriously, none of the things I get out of the streams and videos has anything to do with gaming. I have no idea when was the last time I fired up a game. And I get a lot out of the content. So
And I think
works.
it's awesome that you called in today, because I think there are a lot of young parents who feel exactly the same way you do, and we actually don't support them enough.
Well, apparently we do.
Well, thanks to you calling in, we did a little bit better today.
Thank you for having me. Thank
You're
you.
very welcome. Take care, Liz, and have a happy holiday.
Happy holidays to all. Thank you. Bye.
What on earth? It somehow tastes delicious and awful at the same time. It's like so there's rosemary in it. It looks like there's cranberries in it. I think there's some kind of alcohol in it.
Oh,
Hello.
hello.
Okay.
Am I coming? Am I coming in well?
Yes, you're coming in very well.
All right, perfect.
Talk to me, my
How
friend.
you doing?
Good, buddy. How are you?
I'm doing great. A bit nervous, I'll admit. More nervous than I've
Me
been
too, man.
in a while.
I think someone has just given me a questionable beverage, and I'm live streaming on Twitch, which is kind of sus. You know what I'm
Oh
saying,
no. Yeah, no. I feel you. Uh,
bro? So what's up, man? What do you go by?
I mean, I just go by my name, Michael.
Okay. What's up,
but
Michael?
yeah, I'm doing great. I had a more of a curiosity, I guess.
Okay.
I have a tendency to kind of like I guess idly talk to myself, or actually not idly, but I talk to myself. And I was wondering if, to begin with, if that was like a fairly normal thing for people, and also like if it is, what's its function in in people, I suppose, in the brain.
Okay.
Yeah, just trying to understand, I guess, why we talk to ourselves.
When you say talk to yourself, you talk to yourself out loud?
Yeah, so I'll paint kind of a picture, I suppose. I do a lot of film related stuff, and when I'm just for instance, when I'm writing up a script or something, uh, I'll if I go outside or if I'm in my room, whatever, I kind of just idly talk to myself about, oh, you know, what could the next thing be, et cetera, et cetera. But even when I'm not focusing on anything in particular, I'm kind of just throwing stuff at the wall or just kind of, I don't know, not saying random things, but how do I put this? I'm trying to think how to word this. Uh, I mean, yeah, I don't know. The best way I can put it is, I guess I just talk to myself a lot.
Do you talk about yourself to yourself? Like, when you talk to yourself, or is the topic you, or is it like other things?
I'd say like I don't know, 25%. I suppose 25% like me, because there have been times where I have talked about myself to myself. Like, actually, I think the example I gave when I got vetted before was like I've given myself negative self-talk, like either out loud or internally. Um, but outside of that, the other 75% is usually like ideas, stuff like that.
Okay. And can you tell me a little bit, like, what were the circumstances in which you grew up? Like, who lived with you? Who did you hang out with? How were your days spent?
I have always lived with my parents, my like immediate family.
Uh-huh.
It's generally a pretty good environment. Sometimes I say it was too good to me. Um, but uh, I kind of also had, I guess, a rough like period growing up because at a very early age, I won't go too deep into this, but I developed like I guess a minor like seizure disorder,
Mm-hmm.
and I've kind of had to live with that. Thankfully, it's kind of it looks like it's evening out. It hasn't been too. Actually, it really hasn't been too bad to me at all, I suppose, nowadays. But earlier
Okay.
on, it was pretty bad.
Any siblings?
No, single child.
And let's say, like, when you were 6 or 7 years old, um, how many hours of the day would you spend engaging with other kids?
6 to 7. Really only when I was, I guess, in class. So, so every day for a couple of hours, but not much outside of just classes, really.
Did you have a lot of friends that you hung out with when you were growing up?
I had a small but tight knit like group of friends.
Okay.
So I was very close with them, and
Okay.
that's great. Or not was, I still am. But
Okay.
yeah.
So let's understand a couple of things, Michael. So
Yeah.
there's a lot to understand about. Anything else you want to add, by the way?
Nothing I can think of at the moment, but if I think of anything, I'll bring it up.
So let's like this is I love your question. So like I talk to myself, I talk out loud. Is that weird? Do human beings do it? Why on earth do we do that? So let's understand a couple of things, okay? So we're going to start with like more of a developmental perspective.
All right.
So one of the things that we kind of know is this is mostly on studies from kids with ADHD. But you know how like kids with ADHD will like fidget and move around and stuff like that, and they'll kind of like get distracted very easily and they can't sit still? You kind of familiar with this stereotype?
Yeah, I've actually suspected it from myself a couple of times, but I don't want to say anything because I
Yeah.
haven't been diagnosed.
Yep, and I'm not going to say anything because we don't diagnose
Yeah.
people on stream, right? So I'm just going to ask you if you're familiar with the stereotype.
Yes.
So, and I'm not going to do any diagnostic questions or anything like that. So let's understand a little bit about ADHD kids and what are some of the things that they do and why do they do them. So one of the things that we know is that children with ADHD, and all kids to a certain degree, all human beings, require a certain level of like stimulation to like be engaged. So if you take a kid, and the thing about ADHD is we understand this well because these kids require a lot of stimulation to kind of stay engaged. And what happens with ADHD is that if the stimulation from the environment is too low, the child themselves will create stimulation to sort of like balance out like something in their brain. So there's one really interesting example of this, which is that if you want a kid to pay attention in class, if you teach them how to do something like knitting, it'll actually help. So sometimes, for example, when I run like group psychotherapy for people with ADHD, what we'll do is the first thing that we do is we teach them how to crochet or knit. And we find that giving them something to do, increasing the baseline level of stimulation, allows them to pay attention more. Okay? You with me?
Okay.
This is
Yeah,
also
I
why,
think
like,
that-
a couple years ago, fidget spinners were huge. And the thing about things like fidget spinners is, like, they actually help people with ADHD because you're, like, doing something with your hand and somehow your brain needs, like, some level of stimulation to kind of, like, stay on track. Another example,
Yeah, right.
Another example of this is sometimes when we teach people with ADHD to meditate, I'll actually teach them to meditate with their eyes open. Because with their eyes open, it increases the stimulation they're receiving. And if the stimulation they're receiving is too low, their brain will need to do something to up that stimulation. In which case, it'll start distracting them, it'll fidget or something like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So one reason why you could be talking to yourself is to increase the baseline level of stimulation. Okay?
Yeah. I'm following.
Okay. So next thing is from also a developmental perspective, if you don't have other kids to talk to, sometimes you'll just talk to yourself. Like that's I don't know exactly understand the principle, but we do know that like auto vocalization or like talking to yourself happens to people who are like more isolated. So for example, like there are studies done on people like prisoners in solitary confinement and stuff. And if you like stick someone in there, they're going to start talking to themselves. We also know that people with like schizophrenia, for example, or psychotic disorders. And once again, I'm not saying you have this by any means. I'm not saying you have ADHD. Or anything else. This is just a lot of what we learn around the baseline function of the human brain comes from pathology. So the reason we know which part of the brain does what is actually from strokes. So someone would come in and they like can't identify faces. And then in autopsy, we see like, oh, they had a stroke to this part of their brain. That must be the part of the brain that identifies faces. Okay.
Oh,
So-
wow. Okay.
So we know from people with schizophrenia that once they get like stuck in their own head and they're not engaging with the outside world, they will oftentimes start to like talk to themselves. Okay. So
All right.
we know that they're developmentally, like if you're just kind of isolated, you will develop the habit of talking to yourself. That's number one. Number two is negative self-talk, or even to a certain degree, positive self-talk. So the second function of talking to yourself has to do with almost like an outgrowth of like the way you view yourself. So negative self-talk or even positive self-talk is like really common. It's like normal within human beings. It's not anything pathologic. When people start to get into mood disorders like depression or things like that, or they have certain kinds of challenges in their upbringing, that negative self-talk can become quite repetitive and can start to become harmful. But generally speaking, our brain has this thing called the default mode network, which is the way that we make judgments about ourselves. And this part of the brain is, do you know anything about the default mode network?
I've seen you discuss it in previous videos, but it's still kind of like I'm still kind of lost on it. But
Sure. So
if I can bounce this,
yeah, go ahead.
if I can bounce this back off of you really quickly, in regards to the default mode network, is it basically the part of the brain where I don't know, the best way I can put this is like it's painting the way you see yourself, sort of?
Yep.
Like it's that canvas, sort of?
Yes, 100%. So like let's understand why why that's advantageous evolutionarily. So let's say I go out looking for berries and I don't find berries. If I'm an animal without a default mode network, I will go out and look for berries again and go out and look for berries again, and I will work on my berry finding technique. Does that make sense?
Right, yeah, that makes sense.
So if I have a default mode network, then what happens is I'm able to make a judgment about myself. Hey, maybe I am doing something wrong with finding berries. And then if I fix that, then suddenly all of my berry seeking will be better.
Okay, so you're kind of analyzing, I guess analyzing your play, so to speak.
Exactly, right? So you're analyzing your play. And this is a huge evolutionary advantage. It's probably one of the main cognitive milestones that's allowed human beings to take over the planet. Because whereas other animals are just looking like outside, human beings are able to make identity-based judgments. I am good at ... I am bad at ... And if we didn't make... Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was going to say it's gone beyond just like hit rock with stick. It's kind of just like keep looking at it. It's like, how can I make something more, I guess, a little bit stronger to break the stone?
Absolutely, right? So once we're able to make identity-based judgments, then we're like we're able to meta problem solve. Does that?
I see.
Right? So
I'm following.
And unfortunately, the price that we pay evolutionarily for having this circuit is like negative self-talk, and to a certain degree, like things like depressive episodes.
So it's just kind of I guess, a symptom of it.
Yeah. So like once we have a particular circuit, that circuit can hyperactivate or it can hypoactivate. And if you get hyperactivation of the circuit or hypoactivation of the circuit, you're going to get particular problems. And we know that people who have depressive episodes will have hyperactive default mode networks. And we also know that substances like ketamine, which is now, at least in the United States, an FDA-approved treatment for depression, one of the mechanisms through which ketamine works is it shuts off the default mode network. And psychedelics probably do that. Meditation probably does that. Things like that. So the second reason that we have negative self-talk is because our brain knows how it starts to make judgments about ourselves. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. At least I think it makes sense.
Okay. Last thing, Michael, now this you're going to have to figure out. Okay, so when you talk out loud, okay? Or I mean, you have to talk out loud. When you think out loud, which is, it sounds like sometimes you do, right?
Yeah.
75% of the time, you're thinking out loud.
Mhm.
So let me ask you this. When I start thinking out loud, i.e. I start talking instead of thinking, what is the difference between speaking my thoughts and thinking my thoughts?
Oh, I kind of have this one immediately, actually. um, the first thing that came to mind was when I say it out loud, it kind of like it cements it in a part of my brain, and I'm like, I need to write this down. I need to write this down. I go rush to my like notebook, and I write down the idea, and then I wake up the next day and I say like, hey, should I do this? Should I not? Et cetera, et cetera. It's kind of like more cements it. While if I just think it, it's kind of like, I guess when you're scrolling on your phone, it's just like scrolling through random
Okay,
posts.
excellent. So now let's understand what is different about saying it out. Like, what are the differences between thought and speech? Why is speech better at cementing things than thought is?
Why are they different?
Hard
I
question.
feel like,
Michael, requires you to understand the fundamentals of like stuff in your head.
yeah. um, I'd say when you speak, right? It's kind of like, I guess, your body or multiple parts of your body, I guess, interacting with the world. Like there's some disruption of air, and it kind of just, I don't know, goes back to yourself.
Okay. So, yeah. So let's think about that, right? So once you speak, you're also hearing it, right?
Yes.
So the one big difference, very good. One big difference is that when we think things, there's no like internal reinforcement. Does that make sense? When I speak, I'm also receiving auditory input.
Right. So you're receiving more input than just neurons.
Yeah, just
firing.
thoughts.
Yeah.
So one thing is anytime we speak, we also hear it, right? So we can reflect on things that I say out loud easier than it is to reflect on thoughts.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
So we can reflect on what we say or what we write easier than we can on what we think.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Right? And when we reflect on something, that causes it to be cemented.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The last thing I've got for you is what is the difference between the speed of speech and the speed of thought?
The speed of speech. Speech, speech is, I'd say, slower than thought.
100%. So when we slow down the thought process, what does that have to do with cementing thoughts or ideas?
When you slow it down, I feel like you have more time to kind of dwell over it. Like your brain's kind of forced to dwell over it a little bit.
100%, right? So the slower it is, the more cemented it is. And a simple way of thinking about this is if you try to study and your mind is very, very rapidly moving, like, this page says this, and 1A, this is what's going on, bipolar disorder is this, mood disorder is this, anxiety disorder is this. The faster your mind is moving, the less retention you're going to have, right?
Right. It's just like next.
Yeah, so this is where I think you kind of mentioned that you're sort of like creative in some way, right? So these are like you're like thinking about writing stuff or what's your creative?
Yeah, a lot of music stuff, a lot of film stuff.
And so I
kind of everywhere with creative stuff, I guess.
Yeah, so I think one of the things that your brain has learned, right, even without you realizing it, is that when we say things out loud, it slows things down for us, allows things to be more cemented, and like gives us like more auditory feedback so we can really, I think cementing is the right word. So that's another reason why people will talk out loud. So I think you just journal, you have an auditory journal, basically, right? So like journaling does a lot of this stuff too, where it slows down the speed of our thoughts, allows us to reflect on them, and can be very useful.
Yeah, I can work with that. That makes a lot of sense, yeah.
Does that answer your question?
That answers the like why and is it normal? I suppose I feel like yeah, it's normal. And I understand how I don't know. I feel like a bunch of things kind of just come together to I guess resolve into one thought or maybe more.
Hmm.
I did want to ask one more question, or not
Sure.
one more question, but like I wanted to go off on this if
Let's go,
there's
dude.
time at least. But uh, can it be controlled at times? Because there are times where it's become, I suppose, like too distracting. Where I'll be in the, let's say I'm in the middle of, I don't know, a final or something, and I, or actually, I wouldn't be talking in the middle of a final, but let's say I'm talking in the middle of a final. Um, is there a way to kind of control that? Because it pulls me out of the moment, sort of.
Sure. I mean, I think there are clearly ways to control it, right? Because you just said there I wouldn't be doing it during a final. Why not? How
Yeah.
not? I should say. How are you able to not self dialogue during a final?
Uh, I feel like during a final, I'm more focused on the actual like final itself. I will say, it does it like I don't know. I'm not always talking, I guess, at like my loudest volume as well. There's also like self whispering, I guess. So I'm kind of the guy just barely like murmuring some thoughts back to myself, I guess.
I mean, so you're saying is it controllable? And I'm gonna say yes, and then you're gonna ask how, and then I'm gonna say with practice. And
Yeah.
so let's just understand this, okay? So when you're doing a final, I don't think it's just your focus. There's also some part of your brain which is saying, hey, we can't actually talk out loud right now, so we're going to shut off that circuit of the brain. Right? Because you
Right.
can't talk in a final. You're not supposed to talk. We're going to get in trouble. So your brain is actually
Yeah.
able to use frontal lobes or higher order brain functions to restrict an automatic behavior. And that's
Right.
where the more that you use that muscle, the stronger it'll get. So we're not going to self dialogue for 15 minutes.
Yeah, that makes sense. Kind of like in points where I don't want to or shouldn't be doing it, I kind of just like kind of have to make a note of, I guess, catching it in a
Yeah.
sense,
Yeah.
and
But-
then I don't
Yeah.
know. I guess I want to say not. I don't think turn it off is the right word, but like tone it down a bit.
Yeah, I mean,
In a
well,
sense.
you should eventually be
Right.
able to pull the plug on it. And I'm sure you do. Because you're not like self dialoguing during our
Yeah.
conversation, right?
No.
So there are ways to shut it off.
Yeah, I suppose so. It's I guess a social
But remember, it's not just
Well-
social, right? So now you're getting stimulation because someone else is talking. So you have something to listen to. So it's that auto stimulation part of that we sort of really see in ADHD. So there are lots of ways.
Huh.
I do think that if you just pay attention and you start to really think about how to, if you just pay attention, you'll see that there are times where you don't self-dialogue. And then ask yourself a little bit about, okay, what's the situation? Like, why am I not self-dialoguing? And then you can build on that.
Yeah, that's interesting. Huh. Yeah, no, I don't know. I feel like I feel like there was a lot learned in a very short period of time. I'll say that.
That's good.
Yeah, I definitely.
Maybe
I
maybe
don't
you
know.
should talk to yourself about it after we're done with this call.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, no, that was interesting. Thank you.
All right, man. Have a good holiday, Michael. Take care. Thanks for
Yeah,
calling,
you as
buddy.
well. Happy holidays to you, the mods, chat, everyone.
All right, take care, everybody.
All right, take care, man.
Let's go. Okay. It may look sexy, but it bothers my face. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you speak up a little bit?
Hello? How's this?
Another in maybe 5 minutes. Hello, my friend. Sure.
Hi.
What do you go
I
by?
Bork. Bork's fine.
Bork.
It's a random onomatopoeia.
Cool. What's up, Bork?
Well, I guess I'm feeling pretty nervous because I've actually been trying to get on since like 2020, like the summer of 2020.
Oh
Like
my
I've
God.
been consistently trying,
Okay.
but I guess I'm here to talk about gratitude and ingratitude and kind of like resentment slash indignation.
Okay.
So I guess the crux of it is I've put in a lot of work in terms of like understanding myself. I used to be pretty like internally unaware, just like complete static, no awareness whatsoever.
Okay.
And along the way, I've kind of realized basically I figured a lot of things out, and I've had some pretty transformative experiences in terms of like realizations about myself.
Nice.
But the thing is, I kind of want to like hold on to those feelings. I want to like treasure that like state of mind.
The resentful
But
state of mind.
no, the kind of like those transformative, like was it transcendental
Okay.
like realizations that I've had. But a lot of the time, like those feelings will just fade, and I'll just be left kind of like feeling crummy, kind of like negative, and like very very cynical, like doubtful about my future, despite all of the progress that I've like made, which is a little bit paradoxical.
Sure. Sort of. Not really, but okay. So you said something about resentment and gratitude. Can you talk to me about that?
Yeah, so I would assume or not assume. It's like I guess it's like for things that I think, which is again like thinking I should feel a certain way is like a loaded statement, but for things that I for things that I think I should feel grateful about, over time just they'll just be my present state, and then I'll just take them for granted, and I'll be kind of like dissatisfied with it, and then sometimes like other feelings will kind of like come up. Okay, it's actually really hard to explain without
Okay.
kind of
So,
like
Bork,
explaining.
what do you resent?
Okay, so yeah, I guess this is where I go into concrete things. So I am currently applying to medical schools. I graduated from college, like undergrad, a while ago. I got a master's, similar to you, kind of like I guess like leveling up the GPA and stuff, if you will,
Yep.
to like apply to medical school. It's been roughly like 3 years since I graduated undergrad, so that's like pretty much like had I gotten into medical school right after straight out of college, I would have been, like 3/4 of the way through medical school. And I see like some of my old classmates or acquaintances who are like in medical school. And there's kind of like I'll be kind of resentful, especially when I think back to the reasons for like or at least the reasons that I assume that I'm like still here and
What
not
are those
like
reasons?
well, I guess it's like uh I had to figure a lot of things about like self-awareness in college. So just because I had a pretty rough childhood that I guess like made me pretty numb to everything. Um, Basically like parents' choice of discipline or like getting bullied or like being isolated and And then like in the present day, I'm like, I feel like, oh, I'm still paying the price for like these events or like
And
diminished social skills, etc.
when you're resentful of that, what do you do with those feelings of resentment?
I guess the main issue is that it just courses through my body. Like it makes me feel physically weak, and
Okay. So after it courses through your body, what happens then?
I don't want to say I feel lighter, but I mean technically I feel a little bit lighter. I'm not like venting about it or anything. It just kind of I'm just letting it run its course like a cold or something.
Borker,
But
do you mind if I ask what your ethnicity is?
I am Asian.
Yeah, I could tell, and I'm not sure
Yep.
quite how I could tell.
It's
So
probably my intonation.
maybe, right? So let me ask you this, Bork. So apologies, but I've had just a tiny bit to drink, and I'm a lightweight. And the first thing that I want to do is apologize because I think that, especially if you've been waiting since 2020 to come on stream, like, and this is your chance, I'm not at 100%, and that's not fair to you.
That's all right. It's like
How does it feel
I
to like try to come on since 2020 and show up today and have Dr. K be a little bit tipsy?
that is actually an interesting question because my relationship or perception of drinking has like changed. Like a while ago, I would have been incredibly resentful, or not incredibly. I would have been disappointed. That's more accurate. I would have been slightly disappointed, but also because I like still respect you and like all the work that you've put in and everything that you do. So it would be kind of like those conflicting emotions. But I guess it'd be like a net positive.
Okay. So it sounds to me like you feel a lot of resentment and you don't really let yourself feel it.
I guess because I don't really have like
I want you to try something, Bork.
yeah.
Okay. And if I screwed this up, you please let me know. But like, it's okay to be resentful of me.
Okay. The best way I can explain like my current state of mind is like I've already gone through like multiple like on and off stages of like enthusiasm to like disappointment with from 2020 to like here. Does that make sense? Like
Yeah.
I've like cycled through this a couple times. So it's like not as impactful or like it's more chill. Like
Yeah, I get that. And that's what I think needs to change. So like have you like screamed with frustration about how unlucky you are with some aspects of life?
no, because I am used to
So we're going to try something, Bork.
not it's
We're
all
going to
right.
try something, and I want you to pay attention to yourself as I ask you to do this, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So I want you to like, how are you feeling right now?
A little tightness in the core.
Good.
Just
So I want you to say the words "fuck you, Dr. K."
uh, I knew it was gonna be something like this.
Yeah, of course you did, because you're a smart guy.
Okay.
And how did you know that this is what I was going to ask for you? Because we both know what you need to say. You've known it for a long time. So go ahead.
Okay. Okay. This is actually really difficult.
Of course it is. What makes it hard, Michael? Oh, sorry, Bork.
Um, I I just prioritize functionality above like all else, and that is
Yeah,
probably
dude,
why.
you got to be authentic, man. You're like not living like. So you're Asian, right? So I'm going to make some stereotype statements. Like, I'm Asian too. So I know what it's like to grow up, be pushed into being a doctor and like not have your heart in it, right? Because like your whole life, what's been like when you've really felt something, Bork, when you've wanted something, what happened to those feelings?
I just learned how to discard them. Or, like,
100%.
stifle them.
It's about functionality over what you feel. If there's no utility of it, get rid of it, right?
Mhm.
And what's the value in being resentful, Bork?
Not much. It just makes a mess of things, if anything else.
Right? And then since you don't really like allow yourself to feel that, you carry the resentment around with you, and look at where you end up. Where'd you end up, Bork?
Just here, like not in my desired goal point or whatever. Like,
Right? So I honestly think that what you need to do is like not be less resentful. Because what I think you're doing is you're trying to practice all this gratitude bullshit.
yeah,
When that's not really how you feel.
Mhm. Yeah,
And
can I
so what
kind of
you're-
explain something about like gratitude, or like
Yeah,
I
go
guess it's
ahead.
like meaningful? Yeah, I guess just to go like more into my childhood, it was unpleasant enough to the degree that like I would like kind of like hope that like somebody would save me, and then by being saved, I would be like able to cry like tears of gratitude. That's like the best way I can explain it. It's just like I
And
would
have
have
you been able to cry tears of gratitude?
I actually have um for like one one instance. It's kind of like it was like realizing that want like it's not exactly a ideal goal to be like saved or something, or being saved is not actually a process. It's like a perception thing, right? So it's like, are you willing to like count something as being saved? Are you willing to count like the amount of care that certain people have given to you as like a way of being saved? All right, I guess it doesn't make that much sense in this example, but
I think it makes a ton of sense. But
okay.
I just
But
draw
I
a
won't.
different conclusion. So let's understand this. So like I'm happy that you're able to practice gratitude for being saved. That's wonderful.
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
what about the resentment of needing to be saved in the first place?
It's hmm. Yeah, that's true. That is, I guess that's like the lingering one, the one that keeps coming back.
Absolutely, man. And you're trying to like you've got like a pile of like shit resentment and you're trying to like top it with a bunch of icing of gratitude.
Hmm.
And I think what you really need to like if you feel resentful, then feel resentful. And I'm gonna like push you a little bit more, but you gotta let me know if I push you too hard, okay? So you've been waiting for 2 years to come on stream, and like this is the version of Dr. K you get?
I mean, if I had to be honest, I think you're still pretty on point.
I
don't
am on point. That's fair to
I don't
say.
I don't feel slighted.
I'm
or I
too
don't feel
too on point.
I don't feel
if
cheaped
anything.
out.
Okay. So if, but like I think honestly what I'm so let me tell you, Bork, as someone who so like I think you need to get your problem isn't your problem is that you're leaning way too much into gratitude. Like sure you have a lot of stuff to be grateful for in life, and I think it's good that you've sort of like maxed that out, but you can't like delude yourself into more gratitude to get rid of the resentment. This is the thing. Gratitude doesn't take away resentment. The problem is that when we become really, really resentful, we ignore the gratitude, right? Because we lean so much into the resentment that it's impossible for us to like feel gratitude for anything. This is why we tell people to practice gratitude, Because if you're 100% resentment, you're ignoring all of the things that you should be grateful for in life. The problem is that you've gone the other way. You've gone 100% into gratitude. Bro, do you resent your parents?
Yeah, a little bit. I've made medicine like a thing that I want to do. Like I figured out what I want to do in medicine, psychiatry. But
I was thrilled that you said yeah, and then I was crushed when you said a little bit.
yeah, it's like
Do you see how you do that?
I create my own silver lining.
100%. And there ain't no silver lining here, man. Some part of your life has been shit. Right?
Yeah.
Like all those other kids who are your age who are like, you're applying to medical school, they're applying to residency. Are you resentful of that?
A little bit.
Why not more?
Because it's not going to get me anywhere. But like, we've come full circle.
But now you're becoming your parents, because your parents are like, if it doesn't get you anywhere, why the fuck should you do it, Bork? So you've stopped living your life, and you've started living this like pseudo-functional, weird fake life.
All right, it's not 100% like that, because like say since the pandemic I've made like a lot of progress. Like I know how to like crack jokes and like banter, make normalish facial gestures, stuff like that. But it's I don't know, I guess it's just like because I'm doing better, I don't feel entitled to that. I've just because I'm
So here's
So-
here's the one thing I'm seeing over and over and over again, Bork, is that you'll come up with any reason for not being resentful.
yeah, I'm very good at that.
You're very good at it, right? So you intellectualize, which Twitch chat figured out in like all of 60 seconds.
Yeah.
Then you minimize a little bit. Then you say it's not functional. And then you say, what was the last thing? What did you just say?
I honestly don't remember, but
Oh, you said something about I'm not entitled because now I'm doing better. I've made progress. Right? And it's like, so I'm going to tell you a story. I was once working with someone who was in an accident of some kind that was really not their fault and was due to the negligence of someone else. And they incurred a traumatic brain injury. Right? And they loved skiing. They were like an amateur semi-professional skier. And so I was working with them. They were hospitalized at Massachusetts General Hospital. They were on the neurology unit. They were recovering from their stroke, and they were learning to walk again. And there were some problems that were happening, so they call a psychiatrist, right? And I go and I talk to this person. This person is amazing. Is like in college, at a very reputable institution, very high GPA, incredibly resilient. They're like, oh, I'm so grateful that I'm learning to walk again. And I was like, okay, like it's cool that you're making progress and all, but I mean, you used to be like, you were on the verge of being a professional skier. Like, what's going to happen there? And like, they tried the same shit that you tried, squirming left and right. And like, oh, like I should be grateful at least I can walk again due to the negligence of someone else. When something happened to you, which may take away a part of your future, which you may never recover, and you're grateful? So I think it's good that you're grateful, Bork. But I think that you shouldn't let gratitude be more important to you than resentment. And the whole point of like being human and being alive is that it's the whole shebang, man. And if you want to be resentful, I know you have lots of reasons to not be resentful. And I'm not saying let the resentment consume you, which is probably something you're afraid of. But it won't. You'll be alive. You'll survive it because you're a resilient dude. and have all of those feelings of anger and resentment towards your parents, towards all these other people, jealousy, envy, all that shit. Just let it come up. And think about all the things that could have been different. And if those things had been different, you would have been graduating from medical school already. And all those feelings that you have, they're not worse than gratitude. This is the biggest problem, is we make value judgments on a particular set of feelings. And we make value judgments on other feelings. And then you lean into one and ignore the other. And I totally get that you've made a lot of progress. Like, it really sounds like it to me. And I think it's
honestly,
like really, huh?
Yeah, honestly, I had to kind of like the only way I could understand like myself is like through like literature, like scientific literature. So I
Yeah,
kind of like carved out
because you're
my,
completely out of touch with yourself, man.
well, I was. Now I'm just like trying to make that like my area of specialty. It's like sensory processing sensitivity. Basically, some people are more sensitive to the environment, and the ones who are more sensitive kind of they can derive greater benefit, but also like greater drawback depending on the environment. So that is what I want to do in medicine.
Okay, that's cool. Like, I think that's great. But I think that, what are you hearing me say, Bork?
I should express resentment, but I personally I don't really know how to do that or where to do that.
Okay, so let's try it again. Fuck you, Dr. K.
Okay. Fuck you, Dr. K.
How did that feel?
Uh, Not as cathartic as like anyone would think. Just because like if I need to make a decision that I'm not comfortable with, I can give myself like a
Okay,
three,
do
two,
it
one
again.
countdown. Fuck you, Dr. K.
One more time.
Fuck you, Dr. K.
Man, like, isn't it annoying that Dr. K told you to do this thing which was really hard for you and it's not even cathartic for you? Isn't that what you come in here for? Like, it's catharsis and I'm not giving you catharsis and I'm telling you to do this thing and it's so hard for you? And now you're doing it?
It's I don't know. Maybe I was just warming up to the idea in the time between the initial request and like now.
So when you say the words, is there resentment there?
Not really. It's just
Okay.
more like puppeteering my
Sure.
body.
So as long as you move to my strings, you're not going to feel a damn thing.
Yeah, I guess. I'm very compliant. I'll just
Yeah.
respond.
I'm turning into your parents. Bork, you got to study harder. Do more maths. Right? So, like, what are you actually angry about, Bork? What do you truly resent? Is it some girl or guy you missed the boat on? Like, what's going on, man?
I don't want to say I'm resentful for being highly sensitive because that's like a core part of my identity. But it's like I I guess I resent like not like if I could travel in time, like slap the shit out of my bullies as like my adult self, then I would have done that like easy
Yeah.
peasy. But
Okay, so
do I have to like face these people, be like, hey, you were a piece of shit? Like,
no, man. What you got to face is yourself for not being strong enough to slap the shit out of them then.
yeah.
I think who you resent is yourself, my dude. For being
Probably.
weak.
Yeah. That sounds about right. Hmm.
Is it okay to be weak, Bork?
Yeah, I'm fine with being weak. It's just like I'm not I'm just like upset that it happened. Like it slipped out of my hands. which I guess is closer to like regret than resentment to a degree.
Yeah. So here's it slipped out of your hands. So I'm gonna be inflammatory towards you, okay, Bork, and I do this with love. It didn't slip out of your hands. You dropped the fucking ball, bro.
Well, when you say it like that, yes, because it's like if the same shit keeps happening day after day for like every day of elementary school, it's not really me. It's not really slipping out of my hands. I'm just letting it go by.
So here's the challenge, Bork. Here's the problem I think I'm seeing with you is that you're not really allowing yourself to, first of all, be resentful towards yourself. And then the problem is if you fucked up and you never admit it, but you believe it deep down, then you can't ever forgive yourself or move past it. Right? So like accepting yourself for being weak and accepting that actually you weren't supposed to slap the shit out of them because you were a kid. And there was like 6 of them and 1 of you. But you
Yeah.
can never get to that point unless you acknowledge that you felt resentful, unless you acknowledge that you felt weak. Because I know you know all the right answers. And if you decide to become a psychiatrist, I think you'd be really good at it. And I think you'd have some major red flags. Which is that you're not, you got to be like in touch with yourself. Because otherwise people are they're gonna tear you apart. And I know it sounds kind of weird, but this is the kind of thing where like sometimes like as a psychiatrist, you don't like patients. And you have to be able to admit to yourself that I don't like this person. And once you admit to yourself that I don't like this person, you can still deliver very high quality care because now you know this part of yourself. And then you have to ask yourself like, okay, how can I not let this person down despite the fact that I can't stand being in a room with them? I have to do my duty as a physician. And sometimes patients will ask me, do you dislike me? And I'll say, yes. Yes, I do. And that's okay. It's just a personal feeling, and you don't deserve any less like care or high quality care just because I dislike you. And I'm going to do my best to like be the best doctor that I can be for you, whether I like you or not, because I'm here to be your doctor, not to like you. And they can feel hurt about that, and then we can talk about it, and then we come to some kind of resolution. Does that make sense?
Yes, but have
you
a
can never
question.
come to the resolution because you're never like owning what you are frustrated with yourself about. And
I'm just
Bork,
trying to
like
understand.
now it's like, so you're telling me that, I mean, come on, man. Like if you were better at studying, if you were more disciplined, if you were smarter, you would be in med school right now. You don't resent
Yeah.
yourself for that? You can't love yourself for being flawed if you never admit to yourself that you're flawed.
Mhm.
And then you're going to just keep on chasing an ideal, and you're going to wrap it in layers of gratitude. Like, and you're going to talk the talk, but it's all going to be a shell. Some bad shit has happened to you in life. Sometimes you've really dropped the ball colossally, and that's okay. It makes you no less of a human being. It makes you no less amazing. But the whole point is that we always correlate our being amazing with our performance. And so we never see the intrinsic value in ourselves because all we ever see is the value of our accomplishments. And if I didn't accomplish, then I have no value.
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess if just like for one last question,
Sure.
between like what's the difference? Because I could very easily just like quote unquote become functional and like not have any particular bias towards like a patient. But I guess that's just me being naive because I haven't met a patient yet.
What was the question?
Yeah, that was a bad question. How is me being like in touch with myself and like being able to recognize that I dislike a patient, how is that any different from me just being functional and just like interacting with patients? Like, is there really a difference or like,
Sure, there's absolutely a difference. This pen is an object. The pen is functional. Objects can be functional. If you want to be a psychiatrist, you have to be a human. Being a human involves being in touch with your feelings and being in touch with the feelings of your patient. Can you perform your duties as a psychiatrist without being in touch with yourself or in touch with the patient? Sure. In fact, half of what's wrong with the world today is that a lot of our clinicians are performing their duties. You go see a psychiatrist, they're performing their duty. They talk to you for 5 minutes, they give you a prescription based on the best scientific evidence, they send you out the door. There's no humanness. So can you be functional? 100%. Can you help people? Sure. But is there a difference? Absolutely. One is being human and one is being an object.
okay, yeah, that paints a pretty good picture.
Being functional never achieves catharsis. I've never seen it. Being human is what achieves catharsis. And so when I ask you to say, fuck you, Dr. K, and you are functional, you become robotic, your tone is flat, and there's nothing for you. And I think that's case in point.
Yeah.
Like, I think what you really got to do, Bork, is like, go towards the dark side, dude. Right? Maybe read a little bit of Carl Jung, but go towards the dark side. And if you're like really telling me, like, imagine, because I think there's, I mean, maybe this is highfalutin on my part, but, you know, if we had talked and we had had a serious conversation, like back in December of 2020, would you be in a different place right now? Think about all those things in your life where if stuff had happened differently, if people were more caring or considerate, or if you were luckier, or you got an easier break, how different your life would be right now. All that resentment, you're carrying it around, man. And the only way that you know how to handle it is to like block it off. Hence the intellectualization and all this other crap. Because it's so terrifying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that last part struck a chord. Just about if I let myself imagine better things, then it
Hurts.
then it hurts. It hurts a lot.
And the thing that hurts me about that is like, you're living a life where you're not even allowed to imagine better things. You're not even allowed to see what you're truly capable of. Because you're so afraid of like looking down that you're not even climbing up.
Yep.
So you got to stop fearing the depths, man, if you really want to climb.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting. I thought I had a good handle on the depths, just because, but it was just like it was the wrong depths that I needed to look at, I guess.
I think Bork, you're doing great, dude.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay. I mean, so it's a journey, right? Of growing insight, and you just keep doing what you're doing, and it's okay to get upset at people, including yourself.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Good luck to
Thanks.
you, my friend.
Yep. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you too. Seriously, I hope things work out for you, Bork.
You need to appreciate this.
Yep,
Yeah,
me
this
too.
is frozen or something?
It's a snow globe cocktail.
It's a snow globe cocktail.
Can you show chat?
Okay.
Because-
I'm in a serious. We're
Still-
saving lives here, Krithi.
I know, but can you?
There's this kid who's like trying to get into med school. He's like a younger version of myself. I see myself in him. I
know.
understand all the resentment he feels because it's the resentment I felt.
Okay.
We're like having a moment here.
Okay, well, I feel resentment that you won't appreciate the cocktail.
Okay. Bork, you still around, bro? Okay, here's to Bork
Cheers, Borg.
and wishing Bork a better 2023. It's very nice. Fucking A. Okay. All right.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
What's up, dude?
It's funny because I feel a bit stressed, but I feel like calm deep down. It's a really funny feeling.
That's cool.
Yeah, I just experienced that sometimes, like even doing meditations before something, you can just like stop rushing your heart and like the cortisol running.
Yeah, I think if you really think about it, like that calmness is really, really important to hold on to. And
Yeah,
it's
that's
okay.
true.
Like whatever can happen on the surface, it's really not a big deal.
Yeah, like some waves on the big ocean.
Nothing to worry about. Just stay centered.
Yeah, true.
And what's your name, my friend?
I think I go by like Tom, Thomas, maybe Mizuchi. It's also like you can choose. It's really what you feel comfortable with.
You tell me.
Okay, let's go with Tom.
Tom.
Let's go with Tom.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's up, Tom? How are you doing today?
Good. It has been like a long day. I had like a talk with with nice friends, like get in touch with them from like a lot of time. So yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. How are you doing? Because I was thinking about you just like taking people like from the Mac Drive and like talking with them. I was like curious how are you feeling about this, like the whole situation.
From
like,
the
taking
what drive?
Mac Drive.
What does that mean?
When there is McDonald's, there's a Mac Drive, so there are like coming cars from them.
Oh, yeah. So it's like a drive-through where
yeah.
people are showing up.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah, I were working in the
I
McDonald's.
I kind of enjoy it. I think the thing that I dislike the most about this is that I don't get to give anyone a hug. Like
Oh,
I love that the internet allows me to talk to random people, but I feel like I want to do more for people, and at the minimum, just a hug.
yeah, I get it. I get it.
Like
yeah,
I feel
that's
like the
true.
last caller, like I just want to give him a big hug and like tell him like he's okay, and
Yeah,
stop stressing
yeah,
out so
I
much.
agree. Yeah, I think like this is like the one problem with an internet and like connection. It's like the intimacy and like having some like connection.
Yeah, I mean, we usually resolve that. That's why we started an OnlyFans, is to have intimacy and connection with people on the internet.
Okay, yeah.
Like the last caller was
Uh,
telling me the other day that he's
Uh-huh.
been trying to get on since 2020. I told him I've been trying to get off since 2020, and it hasn't ever since I started streaming. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. So yeah, I had like I think really interesting question for me. Like
Yeah.
I'm really curious, and I think it can help me a bit in my like plans for the future.
Okay.
And this is how can you combine psychology and meditation as a like therapist, psychotherapist, or like any kind of like guy who works with like psychology. Let's like combining these two, like I think sometimes different words as I sometimes like hear about like those two things.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think that's becoming standard practice. Are you kind of familiar with that?
Standard practice? No, I don't think so.
So, let's understand a little bit about the history of psychotherapy.
Mhm.
So, first came Freud and Jung. Like, these guys were psychoanalysts and they performed psychoanalysis. And Freud was actually a neurologist. So, psychoanalysis was kind of this idea that there's stuff in the subconscious that affects the conscious mind. And if we work on the subconscious, that the conscious mind and people's lives will improve. So that was kind of phase one. We sort of turned psychoanalysis into psychotherapy, which psychoanalysis wasn't really in a sense, pathology focused. Do you know what pathology means?
Yeah.
So it wasn't really pathology focused. And then what happened is we started making psychotherapy. And psychotherapy was like designed to help people with particular problems using the theories that were developed through psychoanalysis. So psychoanalysis was really like an exploration, and psychotherapy is kind of like a focused attempt to help someone. With me so far?
Yeah. I got you.
Then the behaviorists came along, and the behaviorists were a group of psychologists who basically thought that like all this subconscious stuff is not that important. And ultimately it's like behavior that matters, right? So you can think whatever you want to about what's going on in someone's mind, but like unless their actions change, like that's what we're really shooting for, right? People have to get up out of bed in the morning. They have to take care of themselves. They have to go to work. They have to spend time with their family. So behavior is important. And out of that grew cognitive behavioral therapy, which was sort of the second wave of psychotherapy. So cognitive behavioral therapy is all about understanding the connections between your thoughts, your emotions, and your behaviors. You with me?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Then what we discovered is a lot of people struggled with mental illness and became therapists themselves. And oftentimes in order to understand ourselves and because we ourselves struggle, we'll develop compassion and want to help other people who struggle like we do. So a lot of times we'll become therapists ourselves. This is kind of the concept of the wounded healer, and like there's a lot of like literature on this. And then something weird happened, which is that some people who like became therapists started to like realize that despite my own therapy and despite becoming an expert psychologist, all of my problems are not solved. Some of those people then started to explore, and they started to meditate. And once they started meditating, they were like, wow, this is really great stuff. This helps me beyond what psychotherapy can help me for. This doesn't mean that meditation is better. It's just psychotherapy can fix, let's say, problems 1 through 5, and meditation really helps with problems 6 through 10. Mm-hmm. As they kind of got into this stuff, any questions? Are you with me so far?
No, I'm just nodding.
So then as these people explored, they started to discover, there's actually like a history of using these meditative principles to help people with psychological problems. And actually, some scholars will describe the Bhagavad Gita, which is a text from the Hindu tradition, is actually the first recorded session of psychotherapy. But it's based on a different set of assumptions. But it's basically like there's this one guy who's a prince who's about to fight a civil war, and he despairs on the field of battle. And his charioteer basically like talks to him and like elevates his mood, and then the prince goes on to fight and win the war. So then these people like discovered this stuff, and they're like, hey, this really helped me. And then what they started to do is incorporate principles of yoga, meditation, or mindfulness into psychotherapeutic practice. And they developed things like dialectical behavioral therapy, acceptance and commitment therapy, mindfulness-based stress reduction. And then we kind of like created these formal protocols that integrate psychotherapy with mindfulness. That's actually the third wave, and that's kind of where we are now in the direction that things are moving in. So it's actually quite easy to incorporate this stuff. In fact, most like psychotherapy training programs will have some kind of mindfulness training at this point. They usually get exposed to it at a minimum.
Okay.
So I don't think it's that hard to blend. Now, what I would say is that if you really want to bump things up to the next level, what Western science understands about the value of meditation, I think, is less than 5%. So like you'll have all these people who will teach mindfulness, but they're not talking about moksha or enlightenment or any of these other weird esoteric concepts. They're really not talking, they're just incorporating some mindfulness practices without really any kind of meditative theory. It's just like, do this mindfulness. And the good news is that all you have to do is do it, and the effects happen. But I think there's a lot more to learn and a lot more to integrate. In my clinical practice, I tend to do a lot more than the standard of care. And I'll consent people appropriately. I'll talk to them about this stuff and be like, hey, this is what's scientifically valid. Here is what is not scientifically valid. Are you interested in exploring this stuff? And we'll kind of talk about it. And I tend to see really good clinical outcomes the more that I lean into like the Eastern stuff.
Yeah, and it's like follows like my next question, which was like how do you know where it can help a person to like do like when meditation is like valid for someone to like really encompass like do it with this person, because I was meditating like alone and some like time on the sessions in our community, and I even started like doing myself for over half year, and I was like I looked at it and like people had like improved. Talking about the meditation also like was really like gave a lot of fruits, and I just saw how much it like can help people. But it's not like everyone gonna benefit about it. Some people are like looking for something like this. Some people are like not really see value in something like this, and some people are also like scared of something like this, because when I talking about meditation there is some kind of stagnation that when you tell someone about meditation state, because when we're talking like exercise meditation and state meditation, they're like having this I don't know, don't really think it's something like safe, because it's like something new, maybe scary for someone. So maybe it was like a lot of things, but how do you know when it can help like someone? I think like conversation. Yes, you told that you just gonna like present what you can like offer to someone and like have a decision about it, or this is like kind of intuition to you. What do you think?
So there sometimes is intuition, but how do you know if it'll help someone? So let's start with science. So basically, every psychiatric diagnosis, I mean, not every, but most of the major psychiatric diagnoses have had multiple clinical trials on some kind of meditation and mindfulness. And basically, for any diagnosis, it's an effective treatment. That's number one.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
There was even recently a trial that, so this is the first time this is the first study that I've seen like this, where people compared meditation against medication. So usually due to ethical concerns, since we know medication helps people, we can't just give them meditation, because we would actually be doing them an ethical disservice, because we don't really know if meditation will help them as much as medication. But the first time I saw a trial recently that did a head-to-head trial of mindfulness versus medication for anxiety and found the effects to be comparable. So we have positive studies for mindfulness or meditation for psychotic disorders like schizophrenia, OCD, anxiety, depression, mood disorders, major depressive disorder, bipolar disorder, narcissism, borderline personality disorder. It works for all of it. So the short answer is like, who can meditation help? If you're human, I think meditation can help you. Now, who to recommend it to? Addictive disorders for sure. That sort of depends. And that's where there's like a lot of clinical specificity. So the willingness of the person to try is very important. I also think that you can gain a lot from meditative theory without actually meditating. So I know this sounds kind of weird, but like, why are we popular on the internet? It's because we actually explain things from the meditative perspective. And even understanding that and awareness of those things can actually improve people's lives. So I think willingness is really important. So from a scientific perspective, I think it basically can help most people. Willingness is very important. And then the third thing, and this is where things get really, really nuanced, is it's my belief that meditation can be customized to individual people, which is why originally meditation was not taught in classes. So it wasn't like certifications. You had a guru or like some kind of like advanced spiritual teacher, and they had a certain understanding of the human mind as well as other people through their own practices. And so they would like recommend a very specific kind of meditation to particular pupils. So that's like when you start to really get to that customizable level, then I think you really have a lot of value. So I'll teach like different meditations to patients with addiction versus patients with like borderline personality disorder or even like trauma. Does that answer your question?
Mhm. Yeah, I think kind of, because one thing, yeah, I think it's like explains a lot of. I was thinking about the specificity about like for one person and another, and I think it's like really makes sense because everyone I think is like different in some kind and like want to do different things and like is focused on, I don't know, even like different part of their bodies. So yeah, I think it's make really sense. So it's like even then it's like about some kind of intuition, because when you see a lot of cases and you see what makes them like happy and what kind of problems and what kind of like exercises, meditations are working for them, then you can like evaluate what is gonna like be best, and if not that, you have like the second one that can be helpful.
So Tom, let me ask you, why are you interested in this stuff?
Why I'm interested? uh from couple of years I like started to notice that I really like people, like really like people, and like going into their like emotions, heads, and what are we doing here, like something like philosophical stuff. Or my family also like they're telling me that I'm like philosophical all the time, and for the first time I didn't even recognize it. I didn't like pay attention what they're saying, but now I like can see why, and I just like, I don't know, I like talking with people, like hearing their stories, their struggles. I don't know, I just feel alive when I like listen to them, when I talk with them, like connect with other people. So I just thought about like the purpose and use of my skills to just like work with people, potentially help them, and like feel good about like me being here as a human. And yeah, and I stumbled upon like meditation. Then I stumbled upon like you and our like the community, and just like, I don't know, develop, read stuff, like try talk with people about a lot of things, and I just have a larger perspective on life and on like what I want to like do here, on what I like about life, and stuff like that. So yeah, I just wanted to combine everything about it, like that everyone can feel calm and good with themselves and have a life that they really want to live in. And like the more I know about this stuff, I feel like more comfortable talking with people, and sometimes even like share my knowledge, which I'm trying to be really careful with, because there's a lot of stuff like psychology is like, this is really really a tough thing to like handle, and like also knowing about our emotions, our like thoughts, and how like past experience influence what are we thinking about now. So it's like, it's not like a filter for everything, but like see the things as they are and not how we like perceive them. Yeah, so like I just love doing stuff like this, and I feel alive doing it.
So Tom, honestly, you sound a lot like our coaches. So I think that what we do with our coaches is we take people like you, and
Yeah.
then we put them through a pretty rigorous curriculum to take all that energy and make it outcome oriented.
Okay.
Because I think like you're it's great that you love all this stuff, but then there's a certain amount of like data around how can we channel all of that energy and leverage it to actually efficiently like help people hit their targets over time. So couple of things. One is that, so my recommendation to you would be, first of all, that you continue to meditate. That's the most important thing. And the second thing
Okay.
is that if you want to become a therapist, become a therapist. That's totally fine. But if you meditate and you kind of continue living your life, like there are many ways to help people besides becoming a therapist. And I think it really depends on what do you want to help people with. Do you want to help people become happy, or do you want to help people alleviate suffering?
Oh, that's a really good question.
So I'd say if you want to help people really alleviate suffering and fix things that are broken, then I'd say you should become a therapist. If you want to help people accomplish their goals and become happy in life, because we don't get taught that, right? Like, how do you live? How do you build a life that you can be happy with?
Yeah, yeah.
Then I'd say that you don't necessarily have to become a therapist, but if you become a therapist, I would definitely go the positive psychology route, which is actually the minority. So most therapists don't focus on positive psychology.
Yeah, that's true. It's like interesting because why I like asking this stuff to myself and also you, that this is going from the like psychotherapist like road is like you really need to engage there because it's like 5-10 years. It's like a lot of like doing, learning stuff. And like now I'm 20, 24, and sometimes I'm just like scared to like do this much like spending there with like not when I don't really like know if it really it is. So yeah, that's why I want to be like careful with this like decision.
So here are a couple of things that people, there's some disturbing data when it comes to therapy, just to like share this with you, okay? So the first is like, you're right that it takes like a long time to become a therapist. But the question is, and here's what's really, really scary is, does the time you spend yield results? So this is what's really terrifying. At least in the United States, you can become a therapist in 3 different ways. You can become a clinical social worker, which is a 2-year education. You can become a psychologist, which is a 5 or 6-year education. Or you can become a medical doctor and a psychiatrist, which is 8 years of education. On top of that, so when I was finishing my training, you can also do psychoanalytic training, which is about 5 years. So my road to becoming a therapist could have potentially been a 13-year investment. Now, here's my question for you, Tom. Do you think that there is a quality or outcome difference whether you study for 2 years, 5 years, 8 years, or 13 years?
To be honest, I don't think so, because even now I'm studying physics, and even when I'm studying physics, I still learn a lot about like meditation, like psychology, like reading about stuff like something about like habits, and like I can learn even studying not thing related that I am focused right now. And I don't think so. The main problem for me is money, to be honest. Money is like the one thing that I am like really scared about, because it's like a lot of time and work. So yeah.
Yeah, so I think it's like kind of shocking, but what we've discovered is that 5 years of additional training for, let's say, becoming a psychoanalyst doesn't actually make you a better therapist than someone who doesn't do it. Right.
Yeah.
So this is where, like, if you want, and if money is a concern for you, then I think, I don't know what part of the world you live in and things like that, but generally speaking, therapists can make very good money. So if you want to make the world a better place and you want to, live a comfortable life, I think that a therapist is like a good profession to have. But the really scary thing is that one of the problems with the field of therapy is that we're not really outcomes focused. So there's a lot of stuff in therapy that, like, I'll just give you an example, and I don't know if this is something you're interested in or not, but I was talking to a group of therapists the other day, and I asked them, when a patient comes to your office, and I don't know if you've ever done this or people who are watching have done this, but if you go to a therapist and you don't really like it and you never go back, does that therapist ever get feedback? Do you have a sense of this? Do you really tell them?
I don't think so.
Why you don't go back?
Nah, I think no. You just don't want to have anything like, you don't want to think about it. So just
absolutely
don't
right.
Give any,
So what's happened in the profession is that for a long time, like, therapists haven't been getting feedback from patients. And the thing that really boggles my mind is that they will still come up with very complicated reasons why the patient never comes back. They'll be like, oh, like the patient has this kind of like subconscious conflict and it was like this is going on and this is going on. That's why they never called back. And so this is really bizarre. But one of the things that I think is really challenging with the field of therapy is that we don't actually like collect good data about what we're doing wrong.
Okay.
And this is why I think that therapy outcomes are not really improving very much. So if you look at it like other fields of medicine, like we're getting better at stuff. You know, if you have a transplanted organ, you're going to survive longer than you did 20 years ago. I don't know that therapy is actually getting better despite advances. So we're incorporating mindfulness, which was your original question. But, you know, beyond that, like we're not really getting a whole lot better at therapy.
Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. Huh.
I know we're just kind of like, I'm not really answering your question, but did you have other thoughts or questions about this? I don't know if this is helpful for you.
Yeah, totally. I'm really glad that it's like recorded because I have like time to not scratch on my book and just like have just normal conversation, and I can like check it later. So that's good. Yeah, I think it's really helpful because the one thing that you told was like really, really helpful. It's like, do you want to make people like be happy and find like purpose of their lives and like be present, or would you like to let's say repair, maybe not repair, but evaluate and like help them like take the bad stuff out of them? And I think I am like closer to the ease of mind, ease like of like being and being connected to life, feel to be alive and have life that they are enjoying too. And I think I feel that it would be like the better way for me to like help people, like
Yeah, so
that I can thrive them there.
and this is something that, so I really appreciate my colleagues in the positive psychology realm, because I think that at some point, what happened in therapy is we realized we're like focusing on pathology. We're focusing on why people are broken, not how to find happiness. And these people actually like, so it's kind of weird, but if you think about the term positive psychology, that's like an outlier, right? It's a special kind of psychology. And if we have positive psychology and that's a specialization, what does that mean for the rest of psychology? It means the rest of psychology is not positively focused. Like, does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
And it's kind of bizarre, but I think this is exactly why coaching has like popped up. Because for a long time, like therapists have not been, you don't get taught how to be successful. Like, and this is where I still remember when I was training to become a psychiatrist. One of one of our teachers like asked us like kind of a trick question. And they were like, hey, if a patient comes into your office and says, can you help me find a girlfriend or boyfriend? What should you say as a therapist?
Why do you want to have a girlfriend?
Exactly, right? It's just questions, questions, questions.
Yeah.
Any answer but yes, I can help you is wrong. Or sorry, is right. The only wrong answer is yes, I can help you, or no, I can't help you. Anything else is okay. Right? You can ask lots of questions. You can ask, why is it important to you? What do you think? Do you think I can help you?
Yeah.
But you just can't say yes. And that's what our profession has become. So I think one of the biggest problems with therapy nowadays is that therapists do not take responsibility for their patients' outcomes. If you think about it, and if you're a therapist and you're listening to this, you know this. It's absolutely insane for you to be responsible. In fact, what they teach us is quite the opposite. As a therapist, you're not responsible for your patients. In fact, when you get responsible, when you start feeling responsible, that's when you run into all kinds of trouble, which is true. Right? Like that you can't make your patient succeed at anything. But anyway, so I think if you are interested in this stuff and you want to become a therapist, go for it. Otherwise, I would say either way, you should continue meditating. Because that stuff you started with at the beginning of like, I feel calm deep down. and you were asking, how do you know if meditation can help someone? I would say, ask yourself, would this person benefit from having that calmness deep down? And if the answer to that question is yes, they should meditate.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's an important thing, but also like how you can like, maybe it's a bad choice of word, but like how you can sell the meditation to them.
Well, so I mean, yeah. I mean, I think that's where there are enough people out there who are looking for answers to where I don't think you need to sell it.
Okay.
Like my approach is that not to try to convince people to meditate.
Okay, just show them like the stuff and they can just like choose if they resonate with them.
Yeah. I mean, because it's not
Okay,
like there's
that
any
makes sense.
shortage of people out there who are trying to learn how to meditate, right?
Yeah, and it makes me like think that also like the one case of just like being and like being you, like showing your calmness, I think also can be like interesting for someone who is like looking for something like this, like the calmness and like the ease of mind, the presence.
Yeah. I completely agree.
Okay.
So there's good evidence that shows that when you start meditating regularly, people will come to you.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right, man. Does that answer your questions?
Yeah, so last one, just to like make sure that we're on the same page. I like you told that you're like doing this kind of like thing in coaching, like how to make this motivation and think, like thinking about like doing stuff like this to like really like focus this in like direction to like help people in this kind of way. Did I like understand it or no?
Yeah. So if I understand, I mean, did you have a question or I think so. Maybe I'll answer, but ask your question.
Like my question was if I understood what you thought, because I want to improve in something like this. I want to like the meditation. I think I get it. I think I know what you mean by that, and like keep meditating and like exercise this way. And I think like another ways to like improve myself in doing like this, like to help people and be like prepared to like help people in this way, like looking for a purpose, like their perfect life and like peace of mind.
Yeah, so I think that it's good if so I would say the most important thing for you is meditation, but let's just talk a little bit about helping other people. So you can be interested in stuff. You can be passionate about stuff, and you can want to help someone. Does that mean that you will be effective at helping someone?
Not necessarily. If you like don't like the connection with people, I think also is important.
What determines whether you are effective at helping someone else?
That's the first thing in mind is like a lot of things.
Yep. So which things?
Like
Correct.
I think about like like motivation. It's like also
On whose part?
when you both parts.
Okay.
Yeah, on both parts. And also I think that the energy that you have for other people, like you have some like resources to give them, and it's like not depleting them after the one talk, one like so it's like you have like joy doing this, and like it's not really that tiring. That's what I were thinking about.
Okay. So like this is what I oftentimes hear from people is like, so let me ask you another question. So let's say that I really, really want to help people and I have a ton of energy. I'm really interested in helping people and I want to help people and I want to do surgery on them, right? Because that's the way that I want to help people. Does my want or desire or motivation mean that I will be good at doing surgery?
you also need to like know how to do like surgery, like experience and
But
like a
what
lot of
about my
knowledge.
energy and resources? What if I have tons of energy and lots of resources? Does that mean that I'll be a good surgeon?
I think yeah, you can be.
Well, like, so this is where I'm going to say, like, not really, right? So, as you mentioned, there's a technique, there's a know-how. So, what I think a lot of people miss about helping other human beings is there are particular techniques which are better than others. And what makes an effective therapist or even an effective coach is using particular techniques, right? So
Okay.
there's an actual, like, there are some things that are superior to other things. And what everyone kind of defaults to is like desire and motivation and energy and stuff like that, which is all fair. You're not wrong. But this is where, for example, there's like, there's evidence that shows, you said that, okay, motivation on whose part? Well, both people have to be motivated. So one thing that's really cool is there's this technique called motivational interviewing. And the goal of motivational interviewing is to take a client who is not motivated and make them motivated.
Okay.
Right? So now suddenly, like, no matter who comes in the door, if I'm trained in motivational interviewing, I can actually fix the motivation. So part of, I mean, I think it's great if you want to learn this stuff, but like literally, like the reason that we have a coaching program is because there's a lot of stuff about fixing your life or improving your life that people don't realize there's a methodology to doing. There's like literally a formula. There are techniques just like surgical techniques that you can use with people. And if you utilize these techniques, your ability to help them will be greater. Now, I'm not saying you have to use these techniques. And some people who are like, you know, who meditate a lot will learn how to help people kind of on their own, but your mileage may vary in that point. And this is where like part of what it's kind of weird, but we may think like, okay, how do I help someone get out of bed in the morning? How do I help someone figure out what they want? And there are actually like methods. So what we've done internally is we'll test things. So we've had like 10,000 clients and we'll see, okay, like what actually helps people more when you do A or when you do B. And what we'll discover, and this is kind of just to give you an example. So we had our research director sit in on a bunch of different coaching sessions. And what they did is they sat in on coaches that were really good at one thing or really good at another thing, really good at a third thing, really good at a fourth thing. So we found that this coach is really good at helping people with motivation. This coach is really good at helping people learn self-compassion. This coach is really good at helping people figure out what they want to do in their life. And then we like took notes, right? Because each coach is like naturally figuring things out. I'm sure, Tom, if you started helping people tomorrow, as you've already mentioned, you're good at helping people in some way, right? But then the question is, what is the way in which you're good at helping people?
Okay.
And what we've actually managed to do, and I think it's mind-boggling that we haven't done this in therapy. Like as a profession, haven't done this in therapy. Is we haven't had people go around and look at 15 different therapists who have different outcomes for 15 different illnesses and figured out what are these people actually doing.
Okay.
And so what we do in our coaching program is precisely that. Is like we'll look at different people and we've realized, oh, actually there's like different kinds of like factors going on. If you have a client who has poor motivation, they need this kind of technique because they know they want to change, but they can't actually change. So you can give them all the solutions you want. You can say, get up every day, work on your resume, go to the gym. You can do all this, tell them to do all these things, but they're never going to do a single damn thing.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of technique involved. And this is where if you're studying physics right now, I'd say, you know, just keep doing what you love. But at some point, if you really want to help people, it's been our experience that like actually learning that process formally yields far better outcomes.
Yeah. I think I get you. I understand. Like there are some patterns that you can like take advantage of and like be more effective.
Absolutely. And the last thing is you don't necessarily have to do this outside of a different profession. So even if you decide to study physics and let's say you like work, you know, as a scientist somewhere, what we've actually found is that using these kinds of coaching techniques, so we'll have like enterprise clients or corporate clients that'll buy packages of coaching, and then we'll help those people, like a video game development studio, for example, or like an esports team or something like that. And you can use those techniques. Like, even if you love physics, you can be like sort of an internal person in your physics company that utilizes these techniques to help people actually like do better at their jobs.
Okay.
So I think this is where helping people, the foundation is just keep meditating, dude. And then afterward, I would say whatever you decide to do, you can learn some of these techniques and then apply them to whatever your workplace is.
Okay, makes sense. Makes sense.
Anyway, I've been talking at you for a while, so.
Yeah, like I appreciate all the informations. Whoa, there's a lot of stuff. Yeah. So yeah, I think I like understand. Like I think I repeated that. Like there's a lot of patterns, and like you can like look what makes best for someone and what I would feel about doing something, like working on compassion, working on like the ease of mind, like the calmness and stuff like this. Yeah, the one thing is like how does like getting into like the coaching stuff and something like this, because I think there's some kind of like certificate or something like this, and like I think I just want also to know how does this thing work, so I can like know what I can expect.
So coaching is largely like an unlicensed profession. So you can sign up for, there are going to be different training programs. You're welcome to apply to ours, but ours is like honestly quite competitive. So we get about 600 applications for about 8 spots.
Yeah, I heard it. Yeah.
So, but you're more, and by the way, we don't look for people who are like, we look for people who are sort of like you in a sense, that people who are just really passionate and want to learn, and we'll teach you everything that you need to know.
Yeah, that would. But
you don't have to learn through us, right? So you can.
Yeah, sure.
And we do think we're better than a lot of the people out there, but
Sure. Yeah, I think I would just like love to learn and love to like from the people who are like more experienced and like have like a lot of to show to give. So yeah, I think it would be helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
The world is a better place the more people like you exist that try to like make the world a better place. You want to help people. That's wonderful, dude. Take care, Tom.
Yeah, you too. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, and like a lot of love to everyone.
Take care. Yeah. Okay, I need to take a break and pee. Hopefully, hold on. Oh my God. How am I not friends with Ionized?
Hello there.
Gary, hold on a second. I gotta pee. Can I take 5?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Oh my God. Hold on, chat. Alrighty, chat. Okay, we gotta talk about 1 or 2 things. I don't know if I'm just like talking at y'all randomly or what, but so look, a couple. If y'all were around for Bork's call, so we built this I built this coaching program to help people like Bork, honestly. So the problem is that, so when we struggle in life, right? We're like, oh, I have all this resentment, and then we'll be like, look. So resentment is bad, right? Resentment is a negative emotion. And instead, what I need to do is I need to practice gratitude. Did I wash my hands? Yeah. So I was just going to dip them in the next beverage because it's alcoholic and sterile. And then I'll dip. And then if I dip, then it'll be fine, right? No problem. I left the call. Yeah, I know. I'm going to join the call in a second. So the challenge is that, like, sometimes when we struggle with something, we're like, okay, I'm so resentful in life. Like, resentment is bad. So instead, what I need to do is I need to practice gratitude. We'll go look at some, like, Psychology Today article or some WebMD article or something like that about practicing gratitude or whatever. And we're like, okay, this is what I need to do to fix myself. And then we'll do that thing. But the problem is that, like, the solution that we come up with may not actually be what we need. And we can certainly make progress. But sometimes it takes an outside person. And this is the key thing. Even if y'all were, like, paying attention, y'all knew what was happening, right? You can see it. What the problem is. This person is intellectualizing, they're dodging. And so here's the problem with the DIY method. When you do DIY self-help, you're going to keep dodging left and right, and no one is going to be there to challenge you or catch you out on your BS. This is why sometimes, I know it's wild, I know it's crazy, sometimes in life you need help from another human being. You need help from another human being. And it's not like that revelatory, right? So if y'all are wondering, oh my God, like there's a coaching program, but it's not Dr. K. Are they going to be able to help me if it's not Dr. K? Fucking TwitChat figured it out. It's not hard to figure it out. What's hard is the methodology of, once you figure it out, how to help someone else figure it out. And that's why we go slow in coaching. Because if you just tell someone, here's your problem, it doesn't fix it for them, right? So I'm optimistic for everyone who's called in today, but I don't know that there's going to be that kind of reinforcement. I don't know that this is going to lead to any change. We've helped someone understand something, but you can understand something by watching a YouTube video. It doesn't mean that it's going to change your life. And so what we really shoot for, and this is like where we have a pretty robust like back-end methodology of, like, we've made 11 curriculum updates over the past 3 years in coaching. Why have we done 11 curriculum updates? You think about your education, how often do they get a curriculum update? And if I get a degree in physics, when does that curriculum get overhauled? Every 5 years. It's 15 years, Pale Child is saying. So why do we do 11 curriculum updates in 3 years? It's because we collect data and we learn to optimize outcomes. Right? So if you look at some of these, like, you know, companies nowadays that are all about optimizing outcomes, right? It's like Amazon is all about selling things. Uber is all about whatever. I guess transporting people. I don't even know. But we as a society have become very outcome focused. We just haven't applied that to personal development. So this is where I think it's kind of crazy. But if you ask yourself, okay, which of these 5 self-help books will lead to the most change in my life? No one knows how to answer that question. Which of these self-help books is best? And you're like, oh, like there's no, like, you can't, it's not like that, man. Like, you have to see which one works for you. It's like, that's bullshit. That's not actually how the world works. You can use science. You can take 1,000 people and give 200 of them one of each self-help book, and you can measure their outcomes. And then you can conclude, hey, look, this self-help book is actually superior to the other 4. You can actually do that. But the problem is we don't. So which self-help book is good? Well, I'll just buy the one that most people buy. And the most successful self-help book is not the one that actually helps people the most. It's the one that gives people the impression that they have gained value from the self-help book. That's what it actually correlates with. That is not really science, Dr. K. Fair enough. It's a little bit of science. Right? And that's where, like, so what we've tried to do is actually develop a program where we've done 11 curriculum updates. Why have we done 11? So that it gets better, because we figured out, oh, hey, like, these coaches are doing this really well. These coaches are not doing this as well. Let's figure out how to update it. And this is where some of y'all are saying, but what about generalizability? What makes you think that the curriculum update doesn't account for doesn't account for specificity? In fact, that's a big part of it, is helping coaches understand that not all clients are the same. So just to give you all a simple example of this, in our career coaching program, first thing that we kind of explain to people is there are 4 kinds of clients that you're going to get in career coaching. One is the client who's never had a job. Second is a client who has a dead-end job. So they've got a job, but it's not something that they find fulfilling. Third is a client who is in a particular career who they generally like and are looking to like get promoted or advance in their particular field. So a dead-end job could be a lateral move too. Someone who has arguably a decent career but doesn't find it fulfilling. And then stage 4 is someone who's like kind of at the end game. So now they've actually got a successful career behind them and they're trying to figure out like they want to like gain meaning in life and they want to like make the world a better place. And so it's actually a core part of our like curriculum is differentiating out clients and trying to figure out, okay, where is this person? Because if you've got someone who's been like senior VP at Amazon for like 30 years and they're trying to figure out what to do, or like Microsoft, the way that you treat that client is going to be different from Alok, who's 19 years old, has never had a job, and is sitting at home playing video games and is really interested in financial independence. So the reason that we have these updates is because we're very outcome oriented. And this is where like, I don't know how to say this, but everyone just assumes that like figuring out what to do in life is this long, complicated personal journey. Where it's like, we actually have studies on this. We actually know that, for example, what leads to a happy marriage? People ask this question, oh my God, y'all have been married for 30 years. How have you been married? What's your secret? You know what the secret is? Commutes less than 45 minutes. Studies show that one of the most powerful variables that can result in marital strain is a commute more than 45 minutes. Like literally. Right? Because if you're commuting, that's one way, by the way. So if you commute 45 minutes to work and 45 minutes after work, coming back, what do you imagine your mood is like when you get home? And then if your mood is shit, what do you think is going to happen in your relationship? Every single day. And people are like, what's the secret to a happy marriage? And someone's like, ha, ha, ha. The secret is whatever. And then everyone laughs about it. Right? But it's like there are actually factors that will contribute to successful marriages. You can look at stuff. Like people like, oh, how do I form healthy relationships? You want to know how to form healthy relationships? You read this book, The Handbook of Attachment. You read all glorious 1,031 pages of this bad boy. And then you'll know how to form successful relationships. You'll know how to be good at raising kids. But you know what else you can do if you want to be good at relationships? You don't have to read this book. You just have to work with someone who understands this crap. And then they can do it for you in like 8 to 12 weeks and explain to you whichever chapters of this crap you actually need to know. So this is where, like, if y'all are stuck in your life, you know, like everyone's like, oh, I have to figure things out by yourself. No, the whole point is you don't. You don't have to figure things out by yourself. You can figure things out by yourself. Is there shame in getting help? Maybe. I'm not even saying that there's no shame in getting help. There's like, oh, like there's no shame. Of course there's shame in getting help. What the fuck? That's normal. Right? The question is, when do you want to have been helped? Do you want to do it yourself and be proud of yourself 2.5 years from now? Or you want to get that shit done in 12 weeks and move on with your life? And work with someone who will not only help you give you some forward trajectory, but will also like model for you self-compassion and positive self-talk. So you can just set that crap aside and just go on and live your life. So can you read all this stuff? Sure. You can read all this crap if you want. You can read this. You can read what I'm reading right now. You can read this if you want. Memory, Dreams, and Reflections from the esteemed Carl Jung. You can read that if you want to. You can read all that crap and you can do it DIY it. You can watch all 500 of our YouTube videos and you can learn everything that Dr. K has to offer. And that'll take you a couple years. Or you can just work with someone and sign up for coaching. Work with someone who will help you accelerate the process. So what we really offer is not something that you can't get on your own. What we offer is efficiency. That's what we're really targeted at. Right? It's like, what of this crap do you need to know? And then 777 Raw 777 is saying that's not everything. And you're right. It's not everything. But, you know, we offer a lot of DIY stuff. Anyway, let's hop back into calls. Hello.
Hello. Hold on.
What's
Let
up,
me
dude?
mute this. Hey, good to finally talk to you.
Yeah, sorry for the delay. I had to pee and go on a rant for a little bit.
No, it's cool. It's a good rant.
What's up, my dude?
Okay, so my question, or I guess I'll lead with the context. So I have the kind of ADHD where it's like your emotions are just like incredibly volatile. Or like more to the point, like I have a lot of trouble filtering out particularly stress and anger. And so
Okay.
before you were talking about how like meditation sort of helps all ills, or I should also say like I've been working with a psychologist to try and find a medication solution for this. Yes, I know this isn't treatment, obviously, but so I've had a good meditation routine for a while. Like I do the Wim Hof method while meditating, and that has been huge. Like I've done that very consistently. However, I feel like I've really plateaued with like the stress filtering. So my question is simply, like in the guide you mentioned that if you meditate for 20 minutes a day, that's the like there's a drop off of an effect after that. So I'm wondering if you push it from 20 minutes to like an hour or like more, is it still worth it? Like, do you think that I could still get more benefits if I just really pushed on that while I'm figuring everything else out?
What was your name, my friend?
Gary Johansson.
Gary. Okay. So Gary, and tell me, what do you mean by stress?
Stress. So like, you know the feeling you get if like you were in a room and a fire alarm just went off, just like that sudden like shock to your nerves and just like that tension? Like pretty much almost exactly that. Sort of what I mean.
And how often do you experience that throughout the day?
Almost constantly. Like literally like if I am doing like a programming task, every little thing that goes wrong will have an increasingly strong one of those that by the end of the day it's like I can't even work anymore.
So when something goes wrong, what happens in your mind?
See, I've been working on that. Like I've been trying to really track my thoughts. Here's the thing though, is that like the response is so fast that it's hard to tell what's going through my head at the time. It is just incredibly sudden when the stress hits. It's like you press the wrong button and you're like stress, or like the whatever you would like to call what I described. I mean, there will be thoughts like I will have like what feels like a mini panic attack that says like if this doesn't work now, it may not work for the rest of the day. The day's over. But I don't have this issue in other aspects of my life. Like I'm pretty chill normally. Like I've done a lot of like self-help reading and like I've gotten a lot of my stuff under control. It's just this one aspect with just like little things just not working. Yeah.
Okay. So and when you say, so what triggers the stress is when something goes wrong? You said?
Yeah.
Are there other things that trigger it? Is it mostly when things go wrong?
It's mostly when things go wrong. It's so strong life events or like if something really bad happens, like if someone got in a car accident, like that would also trigger it, but it's like it's got to be something fairly big for that to happen outside of what we're discussing. Like it's weirdly localized.
Okay. Can I think for a second, Gary?
Go for it.
And you said that this doesn't happen in other parts of your life, right?
Yeah, for the most part.
So tell me a little bit about tell me a little bit about your work.
So I'm getting back to work. So a little bit more context. I'm getting back to work. It's like I was disabled with agoraphobia for like 4 years. And so it's like that's almost completely under control. So it's like I'm not working yet, but like I'm right now sort of like building up a portfolio to get work. And this one thing is like really slowing that down.
Okay. So how did you feel about yourself 2 years into the agoraphobia?
How did I feel about myself? Fine. It wasn't my fault.
Okay. So what are the consequences if your portfolio doesn't end up where you want it?
So, like, I'm living with my dad right now, and me and him really understand each other, but it's like, there is a fair bit of tension lingering from when him and I didn't used to trust each other. Like, we've mostly resolved it. Like, we didn't just used to talk, so, like, sometimes, like, he would think that I was just kind of not completely serious about the condition and that I was just kind of being lazy. And so, but, like, him and I have mostly resolved that. But there's still just, like, this kind of, like, tension and mistrust. And it's like, as long as I'm in this situation, I kind of have to contend with that a little bit. And also it's just, it puts a lot of restrictions. Like I have a girlfriend now and it's like, I want to have her come over, but I don't want to have her come over with my dad just in the house. And it's just like, it really restricts my life right now.
So when you make a mistake in programming, what is the consequence of that mistake?
The consequence is that the task gets delayed.
And what does that mean for you?
What does that mean for me? It means that I guess in a sense that means that like my life gets delayed.
Okay. Does your life get delayed if you make a mistake?
Yes.
How so?
Not my life. It's like aspects of my life. It's like I don't look at work as like my life, but it's like aspects I care about get delayed. Yes. Yes, they do.
Okay, walk me through that.
So no, I'm thinking for a second. So with programming, it's like the stakes are really high for mistakes. It's like if you type one thing wrong in one area, then that could cost you hours or even days of time. Like, and this is normal. It's like every good programmer who I've ever listened to talk will say like, no, this is perfectly normal. It's like when everyone makes mistakes like this, then it costs everyone ridiculous amounts of time. The problem I think really started with me is that like my ADHD causes me to make a lot of mistakes that cost me a lot of time. So like for a period of my life, I got into this. Like this was actually what was happening right up until the agoraphobia really kicked off, was like, because I would make so many mistakes, it's like my entire life was just patchworking that had which been broken. And I didn't have the ADHD skills to like be more meticulous at the time.
Okay. So let me ask you something,
Sure.
Gary. So I want you to think in the third person perspective and think about me for a second. I'm going to give you a hypothetical.
Sure.
Let's say that I make mistakes and it costs me a lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say I make mistakes and then I have to patchwork. So instead of, using 1 unit of a resource to fix a 1 unit problem, because I make a mistake somewhere, it actually requires 5 units of the resource to fix a 1 unit problem.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So a mistake costs me a lot. What do you imagine my mind will learn, or how will it react to me making a mistake?
That it's terrifying and unacceptable, and you almost may as well just not.
Absolutely, right?
Yeah.
So it's almost like the mistake is so traumatizing that our mind goes into panic if we make another mistake.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So let's understand a couple of things about your situation. The first is you mentioned ADHD a couple of times. So one thing about ADHD is that it's a disorder of attention, what does that mean? So a lot of times people think that means that I cannot focus on a particular thing and that I get distracted. So a lot of people assume that a disorder of attention means distraction. But a disorder of attention can go down the distracting route, or it can go actually on hyperfixation. So one thing that we know about people with ADHD is that once they feel a particular thing, or once their mind latches on to a particular thing, it's very hard for it to dislodge. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, no, I'm with you. That describes how I feel, because it's like if I take a break, I will not be able to stop thinking about it.
Okay. So the first thing to understand is that if you get stressed out about something, it is possible that your neuroatypicalness makes it hard for you to dislodge from the stress. Are you with me?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So that's where we can kind of think a little bit about genetically, maybe neurobiologically, like how are you predisposed for this problem? Now, so treatment for ADHD may help with all of that, but there's more to it than that. The second thing is that you say that this stress affects you more when it relates to work compared to other things, right?
Yeah. Well, for the most part.
Yeah. So that tells me that there's something about work that your mind is like drawing particular conclusions which warrant panic. Does that make sense?
Yes, it makes sense, and I agree.
So then we have to understand, okay, like why would your mind panic? And I think it goes back to what you were saying, is that you have learned, your brain has learned that, oh, every mistake I make is coupled with like a 5x cost, right? Because everything falls apart. So if I like make one error in a line of code, I can have 10,000 lines of code, but if the thing doesn't compile, I get a total of 0 output, right?
Yep. Oh yeah.
Which means that one mistake can be catastrophic. And if one mistake is catastrophic and we make a mistake, what should the mind do, Gary?
It should stop me from making the mistake.
Incorrect. It should panic. It should fucking panic. Because we've written 9,999 lines of code, and if we make a single mistake, of course we need to panic, because that means that all of the code that we've written is worthless.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
The appropriate response is panic.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Right? So your mind is not malfunctioning. It's functioning with the rules that you've given it. And you even said that like people that you've talked to are programmers who say that these mistakes are inevitable. A part of the process is fixing mistakes. Right?
Yeah.
So this is where I think you asked a question about meditation originally, right? You asked the question, should I meditate for more than 20 minutes? The short answer is sure. So when we look at scientific studies on meditation, what we find is that meditating less than 20 minutes tends to yield less clinical benefit. So basically, most of the studies that show clinical benefits of meditation have a minimum of 20 minutes of practice. And there are some physiologic mechanisms which have been hypothesized to explain that finding. The simplest of which is that 18 minutes is what 18 minutes of relaxation is what it takes for the hypothalamus to stop secreting CRH, which is corticotropin releasing hormone. Basically cuts off our cortisol response if you meditate for 18 minutes. But longer periods of meditation may lead to more physiologic benefits. So you can meditate for more than 20 minutes if you want to. It's just meditating for less than 20 minutes doesn't seem to have any effect, or has a minimal effect.
Okay, so it was a less than, not greater. Got it.
Yeah. Second thing is that Wim Hof is generally speaking an energizing meditation.
Mm-hmm.
So I think if you want to meditate for longer than 20 minutes, I don't know that you should do Wim Hof for longer than 20 minutes.
I don't think I could stand it, so yeah.
Huh?
Sorry. I said I don't think I could stand a longer than 20-minute cold shower, so for sure.
Yeah, so like if you think about, like if you take a 20-minute cold shower, what is that doing to your adrenaline?
It's amping it up.
Absolutely. If your adrenaline is amped up, what's going to happen to your panic?
Goes up. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So this is where like I think the kind of meditation that you do matters a lot. So what I would actually do is focus on two kinds of meditation. Calming meditation's number one. So you want to engage parasympathetic nervous system, not sympathetic nervous system, which Wim Hof actually kind of balances the two, but it certainly is like an amping up meditation. So when I recommend Wim Hof, I'll recommend it to like patients with mood disorders who are like depressed and have trouble getting out of bed, because Wim Hof like wakes them the fuck up. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, these are not really scientifically valid statements, by the way, because we haven't done head-to-head studies on mood disorders and Wim Hof meditation versus something else. Okay? So that's a disclaimer.
Okay.
But what I would recommend is that you do calming meditations as opposed to something like Wim Hof. So in that specifically, I would recommend long exhalations.
Right.
Okay? The next thing, though, is that I would do some of these more spiritual meditations, specifically around identity and detachment. Because why is your mind going into a panic? Because of what your mind attaches to a mistake, which is that your mind attaches catastrophe to a mistake. Whereas like it sounds to me like you're building a portfolio. If you actually make a mistake in the portfolio, you can fix it and then you can apply for jobs. The mistake is not actually catastrophic. It's not like a hospital's IT system is going to go down because you made an error in code. You with me?
I know, I'm totally with you. I'm just curious, like, before I forget, like, these are meditations are, I have the guide, these are in it, I'm guessing.
Sure.
Okay.
So I would do like meditation specifically around identity, because I think there's more of that than we've really uncovered here. So I can't imagine that you've been agoraphobic for 4 years and that hasn't made some kind of negative impact in terms of your self-esteem. And then the problem is that if you have low self-esteem, you can't afford to make a mistake, because this is your portfolio. This is the way that you're supposed to catch up for lost time. This is the way that you're supposed to show everyone that you're like, you can cut it with the big boys. This is your way for financial independence, right?
Yeah, self-esteem in that aspect. Like, I'm not hard on myself. That is something that I was very meticulous about, and I've read books that helped me with that.
Good. That's fantastic. So what I'm saying is there may be lingering effects, because if you think about what is the consequence of a mistake on your portfolio, it brings career, financial independence, and all this other stuff crashing down. Right?
Yeah, so identity in that sense, sure.
Yeah. So what I would say is that the key thing that you need to learn here is to separate the consequences of a mistake from the mistake, because the actual consequences of the mistake are almost nothing. But the downstream consequences that your mind attaches to the mistake are catastrophic.
Uh-huh. Okay.
And so you need to separate those two things out, because what you're doing is making a mistake on a portfolio which you can correct before you even submit it. The actual consequences are quite small. But the problem is that your mind attaches way more to it.
Interesting. Yeah, I never really thought of like. Yeah, this is interesting. It's like I never really thought of like career. Like, this feels sort of obvious, but I've never really thought of career as part of my identity. But when you put it like that, then like of course it is. I don't know.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean that's why like, so like Gary, you strike me as a guy who's very driven. You strike me as a guy who's very like optimizing in terms of like self-improvement, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And like, so I think that these are all good signs, but I still think that there's just, I don't know how to say this. Like, you can be absolutely brilliant, but brilliance doesn't protect you from cognitive bias.
Mm.
And so this is why sometimes, like, I'm glad you called today, because sometimes you just need someone else to kind of like point something out to you, and then you can kind of move in the right direction.
Yeah, it's always the one spot you didn't check.
Exactly, right? And it sounds like you've optimized everything else, because what I'm hearing from you is you had agoraphobia for 4 years, you didn't leave the house, and because you realized that that was a problem, you've worked on it very intentionally, and you actually have decent self-esteem after a 4-year stint of agoraphobia, which is, by the way, like gold medal level shit, dude.
That's good to hear.
Right? Because like most people who are agoraphobic for 4 years are crippled afterward. The reason that they're agoraphobic for years 5, 6, and 7 is because they fucked up their life for 4 years from agoraphobia, and then they just like lean into it, and they're agoraphobic for another 4 years.
Damn.
So
I never
it's
even
really,
thought about it like that. That's scary.
right? Because like think about this. Like, I don't know if this ever happened to you, Gary, but you know when you like miss a week of school?
Yeah.
It's hard to go back after missing 1 week. You're like 1 week behind. It's easy
Yeah.
to skip your second week after your first week. And it's easy to skip your third week after skipping 2 weeks. Imagine skipping 4 years. How hard it is to go back into the world.
Yeah, it's sort of like you had another lecture a little while ago that really resonated with me, that the answer is to just go out and be stupid. And that's how I very much look at it. I'm just like, I'm 4 years late. Anyways, I'm here again.
Yeah. I think it sounds like you're doing that. So
Yeah, no, that's what I
applaud
meant.
your
It's like, yeah,
idiocy.
thank you.
But I would say, you know, be a little bit careful about like sympathetic nervous system stimulating meditations. You can meditate for more than 20 minutes, but the most important thing is you need to do some kind of process to separate out making the mistake from the consequences of the mistake, which are not actually real. They're projected consequences. But your mind is feeling real panic based on hypotheticals, which is like a terrible way to go through life.
Yes, it is.
Questions? Does that make sense?
I actually don't have any questions. That all makes perfect sense. I'll
Great,
look
dude.
at these meditations in the guide.
Take care, my friend. Good luck.
Thank you again.
And I understand that Andy Milanakis is hanging out in chat. Is Andy around? What's up, Andy? Happy 2020. 2022. Sorry. Hey, Andy. How's it going, dude? Long time no chat. How you been? Dude, I'm too tipsy to know what year it is. What you working on nowadays, Andy? You just like coasting on your Bitcoin billions or what? Oh, just got back on a 5-month trip, IRL trip. Where'd you go? Hold on, is there someone else on the call? Okay, it looks like someone else is in the call. Sweet, dude. Japan, Greece, South Korea sounds lit. Stream outdoor travel? Epic, dude. Hopefully you had a good time. Hi, my friend. I understand we're in a call. What's up, dude?
Hello, how you doing?
Good, dude. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm excited. I have this like a little like nervous excitement.
Oh my goodness.
Not gonna lie.
What's up, my dude? What do you go by?
My name's Xavier. You can call me Zay, as in Z-A-Y.
Dude, what a cool name.
Thank you. You can thank my mother for that.
You know, oh, there are a lot of things I can thank your mother for, my friend.
Thank you. All right, how have you been, by the way?
I've been good, man. I didn't realize people were gonna call in with like legit stuff today. So I just thought we were just gonna chill. But if you've got legit
you
stuff,
thought it
that's
was
okay.
legit,
You just
okay.
gotta cut me some slack because
Oh yeah, no.
I think my wife is looking to get
good.
lucky later, so she's been liquoring me up.
Nah, I don't have anything that's like. I don't think
if
I'm
you
gonna
do,
get like
that's okay.
super deep or anything. Yeah. But yeah. So today I called, or my prompt was that I have issues with dealing with disappointment.
Okay.
So usually, like, I'm really good with, or at least I like to think of myself as someone who is pretty good with managing their negative emotions. So, like, if I'm angry, I can kind of deal with it in that moment and be fine for the rest of the day. But with disappointment, it tends to linger on quite a bit. And I was wondering if I could get a little bit of help with that.
Well, so help me understand. Can you give me a scenario, or help me understand like what you get disappointed in and what lingering looks like?
So it's mostly disappointment, like from other people. So like other people are disappointed in me, and then that makes me disappointed. The line of work that I'm in right now is something that I haven't had experience in before. And when I started out, I made quite a few like big mistakes that cost, like the company a little bit of money. And
Little bit or a lot of it?
I went, I'm not entirely sure how much it is like exactly, but there's a scenario. So like
What'd you do, bro?
okay, so yeah, I'll explain it. The line of work I'm in is property maintenance. So
Okay.
I work for a company that goes into like apartments and we remodel them, we paint them again when tenants move out and things like that. And a few examples, there's one day where I was trying to hurry up and finish all the painting in this spot, and I had a little like paint pail, like I had a pail full of paint, and I was kind of like balancing it, trying to make sure, because I was just gonna walk out of the place. I was done, and I spilled like all the paint on the carpet. And I tried going in, and I tried cleaning it as much as possible, and it just wasn't coming out. And they had to rehire the carpet guys to come back in and place new carpet in. And I felt terrible for that.
Okay.
And I could tell that like my coworker or my supervisor, who I work under, when I told him, he was like, he wasn't furious to the point where he was yelling at me, but I could tell that he had that quiet, like, are you serious kind of reaction, which I think is fair. But in the way that it lingers, like I couldn't stop thinking about that mistake for probably about a week.
Okay.
Because I was just so like, wow, I can't believe I did that. I cost the company a bunch of money and all that kind of stuff. And usually with other negative emotions,
you cost the
like,
company a carpet replacement, right?
yeah,
It's not like
pretty much.
not like you ran a gigantic crypto exchange that just imploded overnight. And cost
Oh
people,
yeah,
like,
no,
millions of
it's
dollars.
not like it's not like I did anything that would take the company under
Okay.
or anything like that.
Okay.
But in my brain, at least in the moment, it felt like it was a lot of
Sure.
time that was wasted. Because it's not also just the company, like the tenants pay for however long the service takes, the previous tenants. So like if the previous tenants leave the place a huge mess, then they pay for each day that we work in here. So I have to kind of like hurry up so that I don't cost anyone any unnecessary amount of time.
Okay.
So but yeah, so and then when I get that kind of disappointment, it's just something that I can't really, I guess, cut myself some slack over. Because with other things, like if I get angry, if I make a mistake of some sort, then I'm able to kind of just put it to the side. But
Do you
and just
deserve
be like,
slack?
oh well. I feel like in some cases I do. And so like in that paint example, I kind of didn't, because I was just being dumb, and I thought that I understood why I was doing what I was doing, but it doesn't make it a good idea. So I don't necessarily deserve slack in that situation, but in other situations, I felt like, okay, it's all good. Like you make mistakes, and you're not entirely like accustomed to this kind of thing yet. So like we can expect you to make a few mistakes.
So when you feel like, when we're talking about you get stuck on disappointment, we're talking about disappointment in yourself, right?
Yeah.
And then the times that you get disappointed in yourself are the times that you don't deserve slack, right?
Well, it kind of depends. So the times when I decide that I deserve some slack is usually towards the end when I am starting to get over the disappointment. I have like a little bit of a process and how I kind of just handle my emotions in general. Because I try my understanding of how I get through my emotions, I just need to understand them. So like if I give an example, let's say someone just like cut me off on the freeway. Now I'm angry. And then I kind of go through this checklist of like, okay, what just made you angry? This guy almost cut me off. Why does that make you angry? Well, I could have died. I could have been in a huge accident, whatever. And then I try and understand like, okay, well, what is that person doing? Maybe like, what are the possibilities that they're doing something that requires them to do whatever, right? And then after I kind of go through that process, and I understand it, then I kind of am able to be like, okay, well,
So,
it's fine. Like, it's in the
similarly,
past.
you kind of said that at the end, you're able to kind of acknowledge that you did deserve some slack, right?
Yeah.
So it sounds like the more you're able to acknowledge you're able to deserve slack, or that you do deserve slack, the less disappointed in yourself you are.
Yeah, it kind of like wanes off a little bit.
Yeah. So let me ask you something. I mean, sometimes do you screw up?
Yeah. Yeah, I screw up quite a bit.
Is it okay to feel disappointed in
bit.
yourself if you screw up?
There's nothing that's like, I guess, inherently wrong with it. I think like, you know, disappointment is generally a negative emotion. And so you would ideally not want to feel that emotion in yourself, but if it happens, it happens.
Okay, what would happen if you never felt disappointment in yourself? Zay?
I don't even know. I
Think
feel
about it.
like
So let's say
You
like
might
I work for
not,
you, okay, Zay? Like I work for you.
Okay.
And you're like,
mhm.
Dr. K, I need you to paint this office. And I'm like, sure thing, Zay. I'm gonna paint this office. And then I paint the office and some new carpet gets put in and stuff like that. And I spill this gigantic ass bucket of paint all over the carpet. And then I feel no disappointment. I'm like, shit happens sometimes, bruh.
I mean, because I've tried having that kind of mentality towards it, right? Where I'm just like, you know, like you make mistakes, but I feel like okay, to keep going with your analogy, it's like, no, you made a mistake, and you definitely shouldn't do that again. Like if you don't want to be super upset at yourself about it, it's fine, but learn from it.
And do you learn from it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm not gonna carry a pail of paint like that ever again, because I don't want to risk spilling it all over the floor.
Okay, so here's what I got to say, Zay. And you're welcome to add more context or ask more questions or push back.
Okay.
So the first thing to understand is that disappointment is not to be avoided. So like, let's think about what is the function of disappointment. The function of disappointment is to adjust your behavior over time, right?
Yeah.
So even though it hurts, like, let's just think about this for a second. Why on earth do we have negative emotions? Why do we feel sad or disappointed or angry or whatever? It's because those serve an evolutionary function. And if you never felt disappointed, right? So like, let's say, do you play games, Zay?
Yes, I do play games.
What do you play?
As of recently, I've been playing like Overwatch and Hades.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah for the Hades. A little bit less for the Overwatch. But if I was never disappointed in my performance in Overwatch, right? I'm one of these guys, like, I'm going to play Reinhardt, and I'm going to go for play of the game all the time. So I'm going to wait for everyone to, like, cluster up, and then I'm going to charge them, and I'm going to push them all off the cliff. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to play Reinhardt on the side. Like, I'm not going to actually tank anything because I'm shooting for play of the game. And then we're going to lose, right? Because I'm not tanking anything.
Right.
But then I never feel disappointment. I didn't do anything wrong. It's my noob teammates. They're the ones who fucked up.
I mean, in that like scenario, then like, yeah, like you're gonna, if you're disappointed, or like you should feel disappointment, because then it's like, okay, well, you might have thrown the entire game.
You're right. And I'm gonna throw game after game after game after game. I'm gonna be the scourge of my server. Or if they queue up with Dr. K Reinhardt, it's GG. Because I'm gonna be like hiding in some corner trying to make a play of the game. So disappointment is not something to be avoided. Does it hurt? Sure. But disappointment is your brain's way of telling you that, hey, like, we kind of screwed up and we don't want to do this again. Because you will never make that mistake again with the paint, right?
Right.
So if we think about it, if you didn't feel disappointed versus like imagine an alternate world, alternate universe where Zay felt disappointed and he's never going to make that mistake again, or he doesn't feel disappointed and he's going to keep on making that fucking mistake. Which one is
That is
actually better
true.
for Zay?
Yeah, long term, it's probably the making the mistake because then you
100%.
learn from it quicker.
Okay? So we're going to get to this.
Yeah.
So the first thing to understand is that there's no such thing as a good emotion or a bad emotion. Does disappointment hurt? Yes. But you need to understand that that also is like, it's not a bug, it's a feature. Why does our brain make us feel bad about ourselves? Because if we feel bad about ourselves, it's very easy to change behavior.
Right.
Okay? So if we think about everyone out there is like, oh, I wish I could do this, I wish I could do this. It's the people who really feel embarrassed about the way that they look. They're the fuckers who go to the gym. Those of us that are kind of like okay with the way that we look at ourselves naked in the mirror and we're like, I could probably be more in shape, but we're kind of okay with it. We never go to the gym.
Or at least if you do it, then consistent.
100%, right? Because some days I look at myself in the mirror, I'm like, that's a fat fuck right there. Time to go to the gym. And the next day I look at the gym and I'm like, ooh, yeah. Look at that.
I do the same thing.
Right? And then we don't make sustained change. So the first thing to understand is that disappointment is not something to be avoided. If you're feeling disappointed in yourself, that's like, that can be okay. Right? Like, and this is where if you want to reduce the feeling of disappointment, what you can actually do is lean into what the disappointment is telling you. So if the disappointment is saying, oh man, Zay's such a fuck up, next time he should do this. If you acknowledge and you internalize next time I should do that, the disappointment will actually disappear. You don't need to feel disappointed anymore because your brain can learn, oh, this guy learns from his mistakes. We don't have to bully him into changing. Does that make sense?
It does. But I think a weird thing that I've noticed with my disappointment is like I said with like my process of, I guess, processing my other emotions, the main goal is understanding what I was thinking, you know, like what I was doing, why I did it, stuff like that. And with disappointment, even if I understand what I'm doing and why I did it, I feel like it almost makes, especially if I'm in the wrong, it almost makes the situation worse because it's like, damn. I mean, like, retrospect is 2020, right? So you're always going to see things in a different eye afterwards, but it's like...
Okay, now we get to the crux of it. So Zay, the other reason that we feel disappointed is something that I'm going to call compensatory disappointment. Can I get more water? So here's the question. When you feel disappointed in yourself, I don't know if this question is going to make any sense. Yeah, that'd be great. Is when you feel disappointed, is that disappointment carried forward from something else?
It's kind of. It's almost like
you tell me,
the
say,
fear
now, be
of
honest
making a
now.
mistake.
Be honest now. When did you fuck up? And what are you really disappointed in yourself with?
I was.
What's the disappointment that you carry around that then overflows every time you drop a can of paint?
I think it's just the disappointment of making the last mistake that I did. You know, because you always make mistakes, right? And when I have like this fear of like, oh, I really don't want to mess up. I really don't want to mess up because this, and this can happen and all that kind of stuff. So it's like the disappointment from the other things that I've messed up on kind of comes back and it's like, hey, you definitely shouldn't mess up.
All right, I'm with you. You're thinking about the last mistake that you made and that's what you carry forward. What's the first thing that you did wrong? What's the first great disappointment that you haven't really gotten over yet?
I don't know. I can't really think of it.
Okay. So there isn't something like you didn't like fuck up because you're saying that, okay, so the disappointment is carried forward, but it's carried forward from the last mistake you made, right?
Right.
So then if we go back to the previous mistake you made. Even when you were disappointed in yourself then, you were carrying forward something before that, right?
I think so, yeah.
So like, let's keep on going back. Keep on going back, because you're always carrying forward disappointment. So there's something you can think of. Like, when did you used to be like a really stellar human being? Do you feel like you're a stellar human being?
I think I am pretty solid. If I were to rate myself out of 10, I would say I'm like a high 7 to mid 8, depending on who you ask.
Beautiful. I love it. I love it, bro. Love that energy. So let me ask you something, Zay.
Uh-huh.
What is it that knocks off 2 to 3 points?
Ooh.
Or when,
there are
do
sometimes
you
where-
remember when you were a kid? Like, did you feel like a 10 when you were a kid?
I don't necessarily know. I don't think I felt like a 10.
Okay.
I probably felt like a 6 or a 7.
Why was that?
Because I knew I wasn't perfect and I had mistakes, or I had like done things and I had, I guess, kind of like issues when I was younger. Not like clinically any kind of thing like that, but I've had instances in the past that have made me learn for the future, kind of thing.
Do you feel comfortable sharing that, or you don't want to talk about that?
It kind of just depends on how far back you would want me to go. I don't mind sharing. I just don't know how far.
So, I mean,
Or,
what
like, what
when you
age
say
you're
you had
thinking of.
issues, what are you talking about?
When I was a kid, I wasn't very good at controlling my anger. I would get really frustrated, and I wouldn't. It's not that I wouldn't necessarily like take it out on people, but I would take it out on things. So like when in my past, like I've broken like a few controllers just over video games and shit like that. And I've even broken like a keyboard before too. And it was just like I couldn't manage all of that anger coming up at once, and then I would end up breaking something, and then it wouldn't make me feel very good. Because now I just broke that thing that I was just using. So,
And how did you feel about yourself after doing that?
oh, I was like, the moment I'm thinking of where I think I broke my first controller is like I broke it, and I was like, great, look what you did now. Good job. That's the only controller you had. And now you're gonna have to wait like a month or 2 months or whatever until mom finally decides to buy you a new one.
So you were really sarcastic towards yourself, but what are you feeling about yourself?
Yeah, disappointment. I was like,
100%, my bro.
yeah.
You just been carrying. It's that first fucking controller, man.
Yeah.
Because you lost
The
control
controller
of
messed me
yourself.
up.
And this is interesting, right? Because a lot of times it's like people feel we're like worried about disappointing other people, but I really get the sense you're disappointed in yourself.
Yeah, I feel like it carries on from, I think other people can definitely exacerbate the problem. So like another instance I had at this job was I had to paint this another paint story. I had to paint this whole unit, and I forgot which paint I was supposed to use for the ceiling. And I was like, okay, well, we have 2 kinds of whites. And I remember my coworker telling me something earlier about, oh yeah, we use this kind of white for the ceiling. So I grabbed that white and I started painting the ceiling. And he walks back in and he's like, hey, what kind of paint are you using? I'm like, oh, yada, yada. And he starts like kind of making this big deal like, oh my God, I can't believe you do that, man. Like, I told you we were only using this paint for that. Come on, bro. Now you're going to have to go paint it all again. And this is one of the instances where I eventually cut myself some slack. But I was like, it's not a big deal. It only took me what I was doing only took me an hour. I can just paint it again. And it's not going to be a big deal. But when he kept like pushing it as like such a huge monstrous deal that like the back of my head was like, you know, maybe you did just mess up big time, and like maybe you should just like
So Zay,
be, you should
Yeah.
repent.
let
or
me ask you
something.
something.
Okay.
Is Zay to be relied on? Can I rely on Zay?
In this instance where I was painting, maybe they thought they could have, but
So that's an artful
Uh,
dodge. I'll
that's
ask
not.
again. I'm going to ask a general question.
okay.
Can I rely on Zay?
No.
Do you believe that?
Again, it kind of depends on what it is. But in this instance, I did kind of believe. Well,
So even if you
I don't
say
know.
it
You're
depends
making me
on the
think quite a
situation,
bit.
so let me explain this to you. If you say it depends on the situation, that means that the answer is no, except for particular situations in which the situation determines whether the answer is yes. Does that make sense?
Right.
Whether you are
Well, I mean,
reliable or not
Yeah,
depends on the
'cause
situation,
I'm better at certain things.
which means that
Yeah.
the reliability does not come from you. It comes from the situation. In the right circumstance, Zay is reliable.
Oh.
But outside of the right circumstance, I don't know. And your coworker keeps hammering on you. But why does that affect you? Because you have that insecurity yourself.
Yeah.
So you're trying to dodge the question, like, are you reliable? And you're saying, well, it depends on the situation. That's a no, except for particular circumstances. And so then the question becomes, and this is the wild thing. So you can say, okay, like maybe you think the right answer is, oh, I should start believing in myself. Yeah, Zay is reliable. No, you're fucking not. That's okay.
Yeah.
The right answer is it's okay
Yeah.
to be unreliable. It's not that you have to be reliable. You don't have to dodge the question. You can say, fuck no, man. What do you
Right.
expect? I'm still young. I'm still learning. And that's what I should expect. So the only reason that I should be disappointed is if my expectations go beyond what was actually reasonable for you. How old are you, bro?
I am 20 years old.
You're 20 years old. Like, think about this.
and
At the beginning of the pandemic, you were fucking 17. You
Yeah,
were
that
like
was
still
crazy.
in
That was a
puberty,
wild
my
time.
dude. You're gonna fuck up for, like, I wouldn't expect you to know what the fuck you're doing for another 10 years.
And that's kind of like the conclusion I came to after a while. Because after thinking about it, I was thinking, I was like, you know what? Like, it's like you just said, like I'm young. I'm 20. I did a wall before, and I didn't even like know that much about paint finishes and everything. So I'm like, he's just tripping. He's going crazy. I'm gonna just let him go crazy. I'm not gonna let it affect me. So for after that, I was like, okay, I'm solid because I was able to cut myself that kind of slack. But in the moment, I wasn't able to do that. And it takes me a while to get to that point where I'm like, okay, can I cut myself some slack? Yes, no.
Yeah, I mean, so last thing I'll share with you is say, I think you're doing great, my dude. So
Thank you.
understand
I
this.
am trying.
When you're disappointed in yourself, does the disappointment correlate with the degree that you fucked up? Should disappointment correlate with the degree of the mistake you made? What determines how disappointed you are? Is it how much you fucked up? What determines how disappointed you are? Is it the size of the mistake? Yes or no?
Kind of. It plays a role, but I don't think it's the biggest factor.
What's the biggest factor?
I think it's, well, maybe that. I was gonna say maybe it's relative to my situation again.
No. So here's the thing. Disappointment ain't relative to the situation. It ain't relative to the size of the mistake. It's relative to the size of the expectation.
There we go. Yeah. That
The
sounds
question
right.
is, why do you expect so much of yourself at the age of 20? And good job, chat.
Do you want an actual
I mean, if you want to give an actual answer, you can, but we can leave it as a rhetorical question if you want.
that?
It's your choice.
Like, I don't know if that was rhetorical.
Gee. We're robot voice.
Well, because
We're lagging, Zay.
oh, that makes sense. Give me a second. Let me go outside.
Oh, now it seems better.
Better? Okay, cool. I'll kind of sit in this general area. The spot that I'm at doesn't have the best reception. I'm on my phone right now, so. But yeah, I think that expectation to get it right the first time is kind of just set by all these people around me, because all the people that work in my job, I don't think there's anyone right now that are in their 20s. They've been doing this job for a while. And so when I see all these people around me, my, I guess, like, quote unquote peers, even though they're not really close to my age, when I see my peers working and they're getting it right the first time, it kind of sets like, okay, well, you see them doing it, why can't you do it?
Yeah, so Zay, I'll leave you with one last thing, man.
Okay.
The second you start internalizing the expectations of others and start making them your own is the moment that you're going to live a life full of disappointment.
Mm.
Controlling your expectations is the most important thing you can learn in life. Because if you start expecting what other people, like, if other people expect shit, that's on them. You're going to take whatever bullshit they expect and you're going to internalize it and try to live up to their standard?
Yeah, see, when you put it like that, it's like, hell no.
Absolutely,
like, you gotta
man.
Which
is exactly.
Yeah.
So did
My
you
brain
fuck
wants
up?
to battle it so much.
Yeah,
too.
sure. But you're going to let some guy who's been doing this for 10 years more than you have set the standard on what you should be capable of? They've got a decade of experience on you, man. Of course they wouldn't make that noob mistake. Because it's not a noob mistake. Or it's a mistake that not an expert would make, but a noob would make. And you're a noob. And there ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. I think that's also like, I don't know. Again, I think it just comes back to that, like, oh, other people or I'm internalizing other people's expectations. But I also, part of my brain keeps like throwing this out because it wants to rebuttal so much. But if my boss sets an expectation of me, my, I guess, expectation of myself or whatever is like, okay, I'm going to go chase that expectation, which it doesn't sound right saying it out loud, but that's just what my brain does. Because I want to please my boss, and that will kind of like raise me up ranks.
I'm going to leave you with something else. Okay.
Okay.
So this is really important to do. Very hard to do. Okay. So the ask that I'm giving you is tough. There's a huge difference between trying to live up to expectations that other people set on you and internalizing those expectations. So if my boss sets expectations on me and I don't live up to their expectations, I have a choice about who gets disappointed there. The boss can be disappointed. That's totally fine. But whether I get disappointed is on me. Do you understand?
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
So this is really important, where, like, I would encourage you, if your boss sets particular expectations on you, to try to live up to them. And this is where there's a whole other conversation about how to set realistic expectations for your boss. That's a whole different conversation.
Yeah, I'm sure we don't have time for that.
But I think this is where, like, I want you to understand that whether you can try to live up to expectations without adopting them. Does that make sense? So if you fall short, either your boss is going to be disappointed either way because that's based on his expectation. But you don't have to be disappointed because your boss has unrealistic expectations. You can try to live up to them and still acknowledge, hey, this is kind of unrealistic. This guy's probably going to be disappointed, but at least I know I did the best that I could and I did what was reasonable of me.
Right.
And the problem is that we don't teach people this skill. That you can try to make someone happy in life, but you don't have to be disappointed just because they're disappointed. You don't have to be disappointed just because they have unrealistic expectations.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand that. Just like, am I still here? Or
Yeah.
was that? Oh, okay. Yeah, that all makes sense in my head, and like logically, emotionally, it does make sense. And I think that if I were in your position, I would absolutely. If I were in your position and someone was coming to me saying, "Oh yeah, I have all these expectations set at me at work," I would probably say the same thing.
But you're not in my position. You're in your position. So what do you have to say?
What I have to say is that I would love to do that, and I'm absolutely going to try and do that and implement that and just be like, you know what? This is what you can accept. The hard and scary part is putting that into implementation and not what's the word? Maybe that's still internal. I was gonna say I don't want to disappoint other people, especially my boss, because if I don't live up to his standard, then I might lose my job. If I lose my job, I lose my job. I'll figure it out and go find another job, but it's still not ideal.
Sure. So this is where, here's the thing. What do you actually control, Zay? Do you control whether you live up to his standard or not?
No, I control how much effort I put towards reaching that expectation.
100%. That's something you need to fucking take with you to bed every single night and wake up with every single morning. Is that you can control what you put forward. I'm telling you, by all means, dude, go 100%. Give it everything you've got. But you can't control his expectation or her expectation.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't control their disappointment. You can control your effort. And the trickiest thing is that when we start operating, when we internalize the expectations of others, then we lose objectivity about whether we're actually doing enough or not doing enough. So in an effort to not disappoint your boss, you will lose all direction about what you're actually capable of. And whether what their ask is reasonable or unreasonable. This is how employees turn into doormats. Because we internalize the expectations that are put on us instead of saying, hey, actually, this is completely unreasonable. But in order for you to stand up and say this is unreasonable, or even internally to understand that this is unreasonable, you have to start by not accepting the expectations of your boss.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to soak that in.
You soak it,
and make sure it sticks.
You soak it, you dip it, you soak it, I don't even know what. You work it.
Yeah, you might not want to say anything that child clip you for or something. But all right, I'll take that advice and I'll move forward with it. And I also want to say, oh my God. Oh, that's what I was going to think. Thank you for being like, I don't know if this was your intention, but you're very confrontational with me. And I really like that. You like faced me in my eyes and were like, don't run away from it. Because it's like you were talking about earlier on one of your rants where it's like, if you try and do all the work yourself, you can keep dodging. And I think that's what my brain was doing. It's just it kept dodging everything like, oh, but this, but that.
Yeah.
And you put that shit right in my face, and I appreciate that so much.
Yeah, sure.
All right. You have a good day, Mr.
You-
or Dr.
you-
K.
you
I
too, dude.
appreciate it. Happy holidays.
Take care, Zay. Good luck.
Thank you.
And you just let me know if you need me to put my stuff in your mom's face too. Just let me know, bro. Because that's what we do. We put our stuff in people's faces. All right. What's up, my dude?
Hi, hello. I'm doing good. I'm kind of nervous.
Okay.
I can see myself on stream, but I've muted you on stream, so it's just you and
Yeah, I would not watch the stream.
Yeah, I'm gonna just pause it right there.
Yeah, there we go. The stream's a
Sorry, you're
mess.
doing a pog face right now. It's amusing. All right. So hi.
Hi.
My name's Mickey.
What's your name?
I go by Mickey.
What's up, Mickey?
It's going good. I wanted to ask you about how to stay on task, because so just a bit of background. I'm a solo indie game dev.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so it's something I decided like a couple months ago that I wanted to make my own video game. I have enough background, I think, to propel me to make it, but I have made like significant progress on it. Be like, oh yes, I'm proud I made it this far, so far in the game, and of course the game is still way off from being able to be released. But my dilemma with making the game so far, and I think it also expands into like my work ethic in general, is that even though I have like the motivation and the enthusiasm to work on the game, like maybe today I've decided maybe I'll work on this component of this big feature, right? I'll start going downstairs, sit at my chair, hands on the keyboard, open up the game engine to start working on it. But then suddenly I won't work on it. Like my mind wrestles with myself to try and work on it. And I guess my question really is, I want to understand why that happens sometimes.
Okay, sure. So when you wrestle with yourself, can you help me understand like what moves each part of your mind is making?
Okay, so I think I had an analogy for this, but like it feels like, if I'm gonna be metaphorical about this, it feels like there's a driver and a navigator, right? Like for me talking to you, I feel like the driver, but there's another part of me that's the navigator. My navigator, I guess, doesn't want to, doesn't necessarily want to work on it at the moment. Like he gets easily distracted. Maybe not easily distracted, but he needs to be like motivated or pushed in the right direction to like work on it. So if I force myself to like look at the editor, maybe type a few letters, maybe I'll convince myself to get in that flow state to get the ball rolling into working on it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so let me ask you this. What do you think motivates the navigator towards distraction?
I have a couple of hypotheses for this, because he doesn't, or at least I don't want to seem like I've got like a split personality or anything, but I think the things that distract the navigator for me is whether there's enough variety in my day or like general routine to keep him like busy, or sorry, let me rephrase that. So if I work on one thing for too long, it feels natural that I now want to work on it for a while, right? So if I vary up my like day by like doing some gardening or cooking some food, then I have enough variety that I can come back to whatever I'm working on. And I feel like that's what's happening with myself. What I feel like that's what happens when I struggle with myself trying to make this work on the video game. It's like maybe I've worked on it for too long for with not enough breaks in between that causes him to go, oh, I want to watch you.
I mean, is that so? So how many does the navigator really crop up when you've been working for like an extended period of time, or does it crop up at other times?
I think he's like always there. He's always there. He's an integral part of me that like contains all the motivation, all the goals, and all the dreams. And like me as a driver, like I make that stuff happen, but I can't go anywhere without the navigator, or else I'll
Okay,
get
so
lost.
let me ask you a question, Mickey.
Okay.
If the navigator contains all the goals and all the dreams, why would the navigator not want you to work on your project?
It's not necessarily that he doesn't want me to work on the project. It's like me as driver and the navigator have shared goals. Like we both want to work on the game. It's kind of like the disagreement on when to do it and how to do it, if that makes sense.
Good. So why does the navigator not want you to work on your goal? Why would the navigator want that?
Can you elaborate a bit on what you just said?
So like here's what I'm noticing, okay? So you sit down to work on your stuff. And
Right.
you've kind of noticed, sure, that you've noticed that like there are times where, okay, like maybe the reason that it's hard for me to focus is because I don't have enough variety. Right?
Right.
So that's option number one. Maybe your mind is just tired of doing this kind of work and you need some kind of variety.
Right. Something to just spice it up a bit.
Yeah, sure. So option number two that I think a lot of people will like miss is that sometimes the reason that our mind is reluctant to do things is because it hasn't been operationalized out. So for example, like if I'm reluctant to pack for a trip, part of the reason that I'm reluctant to pack is because my mind doesn't really know how to get from A to Z. And until I can see the end goal, it's very hard for me to get started. Does that kind of make sense?
Right. Yeah.
So a really
So
good
it's
example
like
of this is if I procrastinate to do some schoolwork and then I'm like, well, I don't really know what I'm doing. I don't really know how to do it. So I don't want to start it right now because I can't see the end. And then once you get started and once you finish, you always think, oh, wow, that was actually like not as bad as I thought it was going to be. Does that make sense?
Right. So it's kind of like, oh, maybe I'm inflating the problem more than it actually is.
It's not that you're inflating the problem. It's that the mind cannot execute on a task until that task has been visualized in the mind.
Okay, I see. So
Okay.
I guess in my situation, I've reached that point where I have those realizations where, oh, maybe I haven't fleshed out the task at hand to be able to like take the proper steps. But even if I did, like I have this is what the line of code you're gonna write, this is where you're going to write it, and this is the expected result that we're gonna work towards. I still have those moments where I'll look at it and be like, I don't want to, but the driver in me, like, so
Hold
just,
on.
just to
Stop.
reiterate, the
When
driver
you say
is the
I don't
one
want to,
who's-
I don't want to. What is that part of you saying?
That's
why
what
does
I'm
it,
trying
why
to
does it
figure
not
out.
want to?
That's what I'm not sure, because I'm very sure that we're both like, we want to do the game, but we want to be distracted for some reason.
Do you think you can? You think your game is going to be successful?
I don't have an expectation of it being like a huge success or a failure. It's like the important thing for me is that I did it, that I'm doing it. because I want
Okay.
to. It's like it's not necessarily to like make money or to be famous. It's more just like it is something that
don't need the
I've
whole thing.
decided.
You probably need.
I'm trying to help someone
Listen,
make
you
an
help
indie.
him, I'm gonna help
Can
you
you?
try to preserve all this equipment. Oh, load.
This I don't have room for this. Sorry, Mickey. Keep going.
Don't worry about it. So I don't have like very severe expectations for like my game, whether it be a great success or a total failure. The important thing for me is that I have cultivated like the work ethic. Or I actually that's part of it, but like that I went out and did the thing that I told myself I would do, make a
Okay.
game.
So this is a problem, Mickey. How long have you been a part of the HG community?
Um,
Like watching
so
videos. Or
I've been
streaming or whatever?
lurking for like maybe a year, lurking for
Okay.
a year, but like I've only joined the Discord. Like
This is the problem with people like you who've been around for years. Y'all have learned a lot.
right?
So, like,
yes, I've heard
Here's
this
the
one.
problem. It's like when I ask you a question, you're like, "Oh, I've like learned how to let go of expectation." The important thing is that I do it, which is 100% the right attitude, right?
Mhm.
That's the attitude that we try to teach people to adopt, and you've adopted that attitude. Good job. So here's my question. That's the part of you that drives, right?
Yes, basically you've
So
got
here-
it pretty much right on. Like,
Yeah, but here's the thing.
The driver
Wh-
has learned from you.
But when I ask you what you think is going to happen with the game, you give me the driver's answer. Give me the part of your mind that wrestles with that part. What is that part of your mind's answer?
um,
Don't give me the positive answer that you learned from watching our shit for a year. Give me the deep
Right.
answer that keeps the right answer from dominating.
okay, all right. I'm gonna try and ignore the driver. So I'm gonna tell you what the navigator feels to the best of my ability. He is not excited when he looks at lines of code. He doesn't like it. It's very boring. It's very not fun to look at, and it's very high brain. Like I need to think so much. Does that make sense?
Yes, but I think that's surface. The navigator, what is the navigator worried about?
That's what I'm still trying to figure out because
Okay. So
Yeah.
then there are a couple of different answers here. Okay. One is that this is just the
Okay.
process. This is the process of like developing discipline. This is the process of struggling with motivation on a day-to-day basis. The other possibility is that the navigator is secretly terrified that none of this is going to work, or the navigator is thinking, like, just think about for a second, Mickey, how stupid your answer is, okay? Just
Okay.
like when you're like, it doesn't matter whether it succeeds or fails. The important thing is that I did it. So
Okay.
here's a question I've got for you, Mickey. Imagine that you've got $100 million, and I'm coming to you and I'm going to say, Mickey, I want to make a video game, and you're going to say, so pretend that I'm asking for an investment. So what kind of questions do you want to ask me?
Um,
I want to
What
make a
kind of-
video game. I need investment.
okay, so I'd probably ask like, okay, what's the video game going to be about?
It doesn't matter. The important thing is that I do it. What other
Okay.
questions do you have before I get your money?
Do I have creative control over the video game?
It doesn't matter. The important thing is that I do it.
Okay, I think I'm starting to see your point a little bit.
So are
It
you going to
feels-
invest?
No.
Is
no,
this
if I
worth
was an investor, I
investing in?
would. From what you're telling me, it's not.
Does the navigator think that what you're doing is worth investing in?
I think he's still trying to figure out whether it's worth investing.
Beautiful.
Or not.
And that's why it's resistant. That's why you're wrestling.
Okay. Yeah, it's kind of making sense. A little
Right?
bit.
Because you've learned all the positive stuff, which is great.
Right.
Right? You've learned how to like recognize that, okay, you're an indie game developer. Your first game may not be a blockbuster. You recognize that. You've moderated your expectations. You're sitting down, you're figuring out, okay, like maybe I need to garden a little bit before I code more, or I need to cook something or whatever. Like you've learned all that crap. But at the end of it, why are you resistant? It's because there's a part of you that's like a little bit skeptical, that's not willing to drink the Dr. K bullshit Kool-Aid. That's like, bro, what are we doing here? Why are we investing hours and years of our life to make an indie game if it isn't successful?
Right. Like, why even bother doing it if it's gonna be, if you don't even believe it's gonna work out, right?
And so you sit down to code, and there's a part of your mind that's like, your words, why even bother doing it if it's not going to be successful?
Right. Right. So then, like, I guess the next question I would have is, how do you deal with that kind of feeling?
Wonderful. So this is where you've got two options. The Dr. K learn yoga and detachment will say, learn to detach from that feeling. But I'm going to actually say something else today. I'm going to say, listen to that feeling and optimize your game. I want you to talk to the navigator and ask the navigator, what do I need to do to this game to make you satisfied with it? How can I optimize this game so I can get your investment? And then you build the game that way, and the chances of success will be way higher. Do not try to squash parts of yourself. Listen to them.
You're right. You're totally right, because there was one moment where it's gotten so severe, like that moment I was having, I couldn't code, that I turned away from the computer, sat in my chair, looked at the mirror, and told myself, what's going on, man? What are we gonna do? Or what how are you doing? What do you want from me? Or like, how can we make this work? So like, I actually decided not to listen to any music or distractions, and just tried to talk to myself and see why why the navigator at the very least was resisting me. I still don't have like a clear answer, but when I did that thing, when I talked to myself with no distractions, just looked at the wall for 10 minutes or 20 minutes, I felt like I came close, but I just didn't know what basis that kind of stuff comes from.
Good. So that's beautiful. So Mickey, you're halfway there. You're like 75% of the way there. So here's what I'd say. The next time the navigator offers you resistance, recognize it could be a couple of different things. But what I want you to really do is listen to it. Ask for its opinion, right? Ask it, what do I need to do in this video game to get your support, to get your investment? What are the concerns that you see in my project? Because like, I'm all for like, focusing on the action and letting go of the outcome. But if you're an indie game dev, your outcome can't be, oh, it's a good thing that I just did it. Like, what the fuck? You're not going to get anywhere in life with that attitude.
Right.
Right? You have to like.
And you're kind of right. I think I felt like I was withholding something from you. Because I think
the navigator. So you love video games, Mickey?
Yes, I love video games.
So the navigator is the part of your mind that loves video games that is telling you, bro, this shit ain't gonna sell. And then the driver in you is like, who the fuck cares if it's gonna be an epic failure? The important thing is that we grow and level up as people.
That sounds like good advice. And so I do have a follow-up question.
You will live your best life, and you will be an absolute failure.
Oh, that sounds pretty bad, but
it's an exaggeration. Don't take it too seriously.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I wasn't sure how to process that, but okay. So I do have a follow-up question. If in the event that I do talk to my navigator and ask him what's going wrong, or what can I do to get this ball rolling for the day, how would you deal with a disagreement? Like, oh, what if we can't come to an agreement for the day on how to achieve our reality? If that makes sense.
Okay, sure. So there may be times where the driver and navigator cannot, in the span of 24 hours, come to an agreement. Right? That's what you're talking about. So that's why I'd say lean into the driver. Just fucking work that day. But you need to tell the navigator, hey, for tomorrow, like, what do I need to do? Like, how do I need to think about this video game so that 100% of me is on board?
Right.
That should be the real goal. And I know, like, Mickey, you would not be making this game unless 100% of you was on board some of the time. Does that make sense?
Right.
You've been perfectly aligned. So just shoot for those moments. Like, on a given day, I'd say let the driver win.
Okay,
but, like,
so
don't
kind of
ignore,
a give and take.
Yeah, but what we want is a maximum number of days where the driver and navigator are working together.
Yes, ideally, yes.
Right? So we're going to
that's
try
what
to
I want from
maximize those. And the way that we're going to do that is we're going to talk to the navigator. What is it that makes it hard for you to get excited about this? Like, do I need to fix something about this? And the navigator says, yeah, actually, we need more like character progression, or like the combat mechanics are like too shallow. And it's like, okay, cool. Then I'm going to think about that. You're going to spend a day thinking about it, and then you're going to come back tomorrow, and now the navigator is going to be on board, the driver's going to be on board, you figured out the combat mechanics, and you're going to code your fucking heart out.
Okay. I
Don't try
I
to
can
conquer
work with-
yourself. Try to integrate yourself.
Yeah, I have, like, I know that I should be doing that. It's just the how that I feel like I'm stuck on for how to integrate that. And I know there's no easy answer for it. It's like something you gotta figure out on your own, right?
Well, yes and no. So this is where people assume that there's no easy answer, but actually there are easy answers out there, right? We lost this battle when we started assuming that there are no easy answers. And then what happened is when someone presents us with an easy answer, we discard it because there are no easy answers, which is an a priori conclusion. So this is where I'd say very simply, if you have some concerns about the work that you're doing, I would pull out a piece of paper and then like make 2 columns. And on the navigator side, what are my concerns? And then ask yourself, how can I address these concerns?
Oh, that's pretty smart. I think
It's like simple stuff.
yeah.
Honestly, I think that most problems in life have easy answers. It's through overcomplicating things that we actually run afoul of stuff.
Yeah, I have personal experience in that.
Right?
Sometimes I over-engineer things and
100%. Like
remember,
especially
won't do
relationships.
that.
Oh my God, this person isn't texting me back. Like, what are all these? The reason they're not texting you back is because they're working. There isn't some complicated thing about they read some text message that you said and they got offended because their uncle is of an opposing political party. And like, no, it's like most stuff is simple.
Right, yeah. I totally relate with that. There's
Yeah.
been too many moments where I feel like I've overcomplicated. I feel like I've played too much 5D chess that I forgot that I could just not play or play 1D chess. Or just don't play, or just play tic-tac-toe instead of 5D chess.
Mickey, what kind of game are you making?
I'm trying to make a space-based twin stick shooter with, what was it? Oh yeah, with shipbuilding mechanics. That's pretty much like just the basic thing. I don't want to scope creep it or feature creep it any more than that.
What
sounds
does a
like a
twin
lot-
stick shooter mean?
Oh, it means like it's if it's like a 2D game and the camera is looking down on the character, you move with the left stick so the character moves, but you aim with the right stick so you can move
Got it.
in one direction. Yeah, it's what's a similar game? Like Binding of Isaac.
Okay. Sounds awesome, man.
So I'm making progress. I'll take your advice to heart. It was very helpful. Thank you for
Yo, so like
telling me to listen to
if this game becomes a real thing, I get like beta access, right? Bro?
Oh yeah, for sure.
All right.
Just, you'll see it one day, and if you hit me up, I'll give you a beta key.
Sweet. Good luck to you, Mickey.
All right, thank you, Dr. K.
Take care, my friend. All right, so here's the thing. We're gonna have to call it. I think I'm GG'd. Oh my God, there's still so many people. I just don't think I can keep doing this. Let me just collect my thoughts for a moment. So the problem is that like we struggle in life. And then we get these answers, right? These answers are like, oh, like, and I'm one of these guys who gives these answers. Cause like Mickey is someone who's like, look, man, it's gonna be a success if I build it. right? Like the important thing is that I just like work every day. Like I need to build discipline. And so this is what we tell you, right? Forget about the outcome. Focus on the action. And then we try to live this way. And then our mind is like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? Like, how can we not think about outcomes? Like, why are we're an indie game dev. We don't have a job. We're spending 3 years of our life to build this game. And you're like, yay, at least I built a game. Like, how are we going to pay rent? Money doesn't grow on trees. And then if we listen to that part too much, it's like, Alok, you need to major in STEM and become an engineer because then you can pay bills. Right? So then there's that whole side where if we give in to like the practicalities too much, we're just like listening to our Asian parents. And we enter some soul-sucking profession. And so how the hell do you navigate this? How do you know when to listen to the practical part of you who's like, hey, bro, and it's screaming, right? But you've watched so many Dr. K videos that you've learned how to ignore the parts of you that are like practical. And instead you're like learning like detach from life and like, oh, just like do action and like detach. And it's screaming on the inside and you're bludgeoning it. And it's like, bro, this is a bad idea. Like this game is going to be shit. We need to make the game better. But you're like, no, man, like I'm going to just devote myself to action because that's what Dr. K taught me. How do we know? Because now Dr. K is saying, actually listen to that voice. Listen to the disappointment. Right? Like, think about this stuff. How do we know, like, how much of this do we, like, ignore expectations or do we, like, really, like, listen to our minds or, like, what do we do about this? So this is the wild thing. Like, I hate to say this, but as a clinician, one terrifying thing that I learned is that I will share with y'all 3 books. So you guys want a reading list? Here are 3 books that I've read over the last year. Number 1, The Handbook of Attachment. Number 2, Psychodynamic Diagnostic Manual. And number 3, The Cambridge Handbook of Personal Relationships. This one is short. It's only like 800 pages. So here's the thing. There are all kinds of answers out there. I can read all those books and I have all kinds of answers. But here's the thing. The problem is that we're out there looking for answers and we don't even realize that the answers that this book gives you, this has lots of answers. But which of these apply to you? Right? And this is what's actually pretty cool about this book is that it tells you which ones apply to you. Right? So it's like emerging personality patterns and difficulties in childhood. Child symptom patterns, the subjective experience axis. Mood disorders, disorders of anxiety, etc., etc. So out there, everyone is out there giving answers, and we're fucking guilty of that too. Because we're given answers. We're like, oh, people are like, oh, Dr. K, like, tell me what's going on here. And I'm like, oh, like, let me give you an answer. But which answer should you use? And we have all these different books. Why do we have books? Books are filled with lots of answers. If we have so many answers out there, why isn't our life perfect? Because there is an application of the answer. There's an application of the knowledge. And this is what we miss. This is why life is hard. We as a human civilization have learned so much. And why do we struggle? It's because the translation or application of knowledge is difficult. And how do you figure out what part of this knowledge do I need? Right? And we try to do that. We really do. So we make YouTube videos where we would try to make it very clear, like, okay, like what is this your problem? We're going to try to guide you. And that's totally great. We also have certain kinds of general skills building stuff. Like Right in the Fields was fantastic. Where it's like, we don't know what your problem is, but if you understand your emotions, you're going to get better at it. And then we also have things like Dr. K's guide where we like, okay, like here's, So why are you depressed? Or is it any of these 5 things? Do you have the problem of conditional love? Have you fallen behind in life? Is it this? Is it this? Is it this? But at the end of the day, I hate to break it to you, but it's an individual journey. Each person that called today has something going on in their mind. And if you want the answers to fix your life, you're not going to find them in a book. Well, you may find some of them in a book. But ultimately, the reason that this is hard is because there's an individual application. And that's why, like, honestly, if we could solve everything by giving lectures, that's what we would do. That's what we would do. You look at every person who called in today, there's some kind of cognitive bias. Y'all are fantastic in improving your lives. Just think about how far you've come in the last couple of years. Each and every one of you has come really far. And this was fucking great and hard about doing this, because now we have these noobs who are no longer noobs. They've been like watching our videos for a year. So they're internalizing these concepts and they're improving their lives. And did y'all hear this last caller, Mickey? So just think about this. This is how epic this is. I'm an indie game dev. I'm going to make a video game. 2 years ago, when we had interviews with people, I'm in a dead-end programming job and I don't have the courage to quit my job and make an indie game, which is really what I want to do. And we've come so far as a community, because now the people are calling, are like, yeah, I'm an indie game dev. This is the kind of game I'm going to make. And some days I have trouble working on it. Even some of the days, it's only some of the days. Right? And they're like, oh, and I've also figured out that if I go and garden for a while, it's easier for me to program. Do y'all realize how rare that is? This person is 90% of the way there. And yet, despite being 90% of the way there, they're like, oh my God, how do I ignore or quash this part of me that is telling me not to code today? And it's like, well, hold on a second. Understand, why is it telling you not to code today? Maybe listen to that part of yourself, because maybe it knows something that you're not acknowledging. And this is where, like, this guy, Mickey, is brilliant, and he's taken our advice to heart, and he's like, I've surrendered expectation, and I'm just going to build the game. And it's going to be great, okay? It's going to be great. But also, like, how idiotic. Right? Oh, yeah, Mickey, you've got $100 million. I'm going to make an indie video game. And he's like, what kind of game is it? It doesn't matter. The important thing is that I make it. What utter idiocy. All we preach all the time is idiocy. Idiocy, idiocy, idiocy. You can take a slice of what we teach and it'll be stupid. It'll be brilliant and it'll be stupid. So the hard part about this is that I don't offer any wisdom. I cannot offer any answers. Because everything I say is going to be brilliant in one light and idiotic in another. Is this the right thing to drink right now? Or is this the right thing to drink right now? There is not a answer. This is alcoholic. This is water. So if y'all want to understand what is holding you back, first of all, understand that there's cognitive bias. Understand that you can watch videos as much as you want to. It's going to be slow going. And y'all have to decide how you want to approach this. So you can continue watching Twitch streams, watch all our videos, get Dr. K's guide, whatever you want to do. The reason we started a coaching program is because at the end of the day, no amount of information is going to lead to change. Actually, that's not true. Can lead to change, but it's going to be slow. Honestly, the reason that we built the resources that we had is urgency. Urgency drives us so much. Why do we make the videos that we make? Why do we stream the things that we stream? Because y'all have lives and time is ticking. I cannot tell y'all how terrifying it was to feel the sand in my hourglass running out. 23rd birthday rolled around, 24th birthday rolled around, 25th birthday rolled around, 26th birthday rolled around. And time is running out, and I want to go to medical school. So why do we have what we have today? We have it because of urgency. Can you figure it out on your own? 100%. I have faith in you. 50%, 75%, let's say. It's not that you can't figure it out. It's that what are you going to lose in the time that it takes you to figure it out? What terrified me when I was struggling with video game addiction is that my GPA was getting like chunked away. Like every semester was a fatty fucking crit. And I don't know if this makes sense to y'all, but every grade that you get lowers the ceiling on your GPA. If you get a single B in your first semester of college, it is impossible to get a 4.0. If you get one F, it is impossible to get, let's say, above a 3.9 or 3.8. And what I saw was the ceiling of what I'm capable of in life getting chunked away every month that went by. Because now I got an F on a test. And if I got an F on a test, the maximum grade I can get is a B. And if I get a maximum grade of a B, the ceiling of my GPA is going to drop by this amount. Why do we do what we do? Why did I start streaming on Twitch? Why do we upload things to YouTube? Because time is ticking. Why did we make a coaching program? Honestly, I used to get 10,000 requests a month of people wanting to work with me. If I could get to all of them in time, I would have never started a coaching program. There's no need. I could have gotten to everyone. I'll just do it myself. But the whole point is your life is going by. And I don't want y'all to go through, honestly, what I went through. I know a lot of people will like look up to me and stuff and, oh, I want to be like Dr. K. Maybe that's my narcissism. I've heard it from a lot of people, so I'm just taking it at face value. I don't want a life. I don't want y'all to live the life that I had. Honestly, from the bottom of my heart, I don't want it for a single one of you. Between the ages of 19 and 27, my life was terrible. Was horrible. Directionless, failing. The whole point that we're here today is to keep you from living my life. I don't want y'all to be like me. I want you to be very different from me. The reason that I stream on Twitch is because when I was struggling, when I was 20 years old and I was a gamer, there was no one around. I took this branch in life. I don't want y'all to take this branch. I don't want this branch for anyone. The whole reason we exist is because we want you to go the other fucking way. And this is where like, oh, like you'll learn one day, right? That's stupid. I don't want you to learn one day. I want you to learn today. People are like, life isn't a race. I'll say life isn't a race. Because I don't think it's a race. Who hits the finish line first? Is that death? Life really isn't a race. But what I can tell you as someone who has lived a shitty life and is now living a good life is I would much rather coast in whatever circle I'm living in now than the way I used to be 10 years ago, 15 years ago. And that's what we want to help you with. Is not to figure out the answers. You can figure out the answers. It's to figure out the answers faster. That's why we create the products and services that we have. That's why we do what we do. That's why we expanded beyond Twitch and YouTube. Because at the end of the day, if you want results fast, I don't know scientifically. Think about this, okay? This is the struggle that I face. I don't know how many YouTube videos or streams I need to make to actually achieve outcomes in your life. The scientist in me asks, how many hours a week do I need to stream to help people? I have no idea. And why don't I have any idea? It's fundamentally inefficient because it can't be personalized. So now we've got two options. Either we do something that's personalized, Or we try to figure out what is generalizable and 100% applicable to every person on the planet. This feels impossible to me. And this is where Kano Uta is saying you need mentors to walk the walk easier. And 77 Raw 777 is saying coaching definitely has higher odds. That's why we did it. Literally. So even we have a course for parents about kids who play too many video games. Why did we build that? We built it because those kids are ruining their GPAs like this month. Like this month. It's not even over 6 months or 1 year. It's getting 1 F on a test, and your GPA for that semester is fucked. And you will never be able to live that down. The biggest challenge, so a couple of years ago, I had a call with someone who was on the council, the president of the Council of Addictions at the American Psychiatric Association. And I said, hey, I think that technology addiction is a huge problem. They were awesome. And they said, you've made a very convincing case. I agree it's a big problem too. But there's an opioid epidemic that is killing 5,000 people or 1,000 people a day or something like that. And that's what we have to focus on. And could I fault them for that? Could I ever say that, oh yeah, the impact from video game addiction over a single day is greater than 1,000 deaths? I can't fault them for that. But then the question is like, what are we going to do about it, right? So I think what's missing right now is a sense of urgency. And everything that we're about is actually urgency. Can you figure it out on your own? Sure. Is there a chance that over the next year, because we're going to do what we can, we're going to stream a lot, we're going to make a bunch of videos, we're going to do a bunch of lectures. We did a video recently about autism and gender identity, which a lot of people have, we've gotten like some of the most positive feedback we've ever gotten from a single lecture because no one talks about this stuff. And why do we make those kinds of lectures? Because I don't know if this sounds weird or maybe this sounds megalomaniacal, but if we hadn't made that video, I don't know what would happen to those people. Did that video help them substantially? Does it fix all their problems? Does it fix 1% of their problems? At least it gives them some understanding, some validation. You're not the Messiah by any means. But there is an urgency to everything that's going on right now. The generation that is alive today, y'all, and it's not even me because I'm a boomer at this point. I turned 40 this year. I'm more than halfway past life. I'm on the downhill now. Y'all are getting crushed from every single angle. Climate change, inflation, caring for a generation that we're not having kids anymore, so like we're going to have to bear the burden of that. As the population gets older, y'all are getting crushed. Privacy is like out the window, right? Everyone understands so much about you more than you understand about yourself, and they're going to sell you things through targeted advertising that target your psychological vulnerabilities. And then in order to feel better about yourself, you're going to purchase something for $100 on credit that you can't afford to build your self-esteem. This is the world that y'all are inheriting. It's fucking scary. I'm going to be dead before this shit affects me. My psychology, I grew up and my sense of identity grew up when I was playing with kids on the street. I got lucky. Why do we do this work? Because I don't know who's standing up for y'all. Young people don't vote. Politicians are like all in their 60s. So the people who are making decisions about what's going to happen for the next 20 or 30 years, unless you're from like Finland. Good job. Parts of Scandinavia. There are people who are making decisions that are going to form the next 10 or 20 years of your life. So what are we going to do? Like, this is the thing. What are we going to do? You're like, oh my God, climate change. Okay, what are you going to do about it? Well, I can't do anything about it. And no snowflake thinks it's responsible for the avalanche. And so you all say there's nothing I can do. And then you throw up your hands, and that's exactly the attitude multiplied by 8 billion that creates the world that we live in today. Because what you did in that moment is you ceded control of the power that you have in life. You gave it up. You bought into the idea that you were powerless. And the moment you did that is the moment that they won. And I don't even know who the fuck they are. But I certainly know that you lost. And karmically, or Newtonianly, that means someone else is winning. I don't even know who they are. So why did I start streaming? I started streaming to combat this. What is this? I'm not even sure. The best that I understand this is, first of all, that you have agency in life, that you have control over your life, that you should put together your fucking life. And what does put together mean? We had a caller today. I asked, what does it take to be a good parent? And they're like, oh my God, it's such a long answer. What does it take to be a good parent? It's not a long answer. It's a simple answer. This is what Liz told us. Healthy relationships with themselves, healthy relationships with your parents, healthy relationships with your friends, knowledge, being able to be independent and take care of yourself, reflecting and processing the events that happen to you, and being able to handle things that go wrong in a healthy way. Some fucking rando from the internet gave us an awesome formula for parenting. And things are not nearly as mystical as we think they are. You just think about that. Imagine if your parents had thought about those 5 or 6 things when they were raising you and intentionally made sure that you knew how to do each of those things. Let's just take point number 1, having a healthy relationship with yourself, with your parents, and with the people around you. The problem is that we've thought, oh my God, this stuff is so impossible to do, I might as well not try. And that's when we lost. I've worked with people who are suicidal. The game is not lost when they're suicidal. The game is lost when they give up. Interestingly enough, the real irony there is that as long as you keep playing the game, you will win. It's not losing that's inevitable. It's actually winning that's inevitable. And Patanjali was the first person to really codify this. Yoga Chitta Vritti Nirodha. Patanjali made a huge discovery, which is that any fluctuation of the mind will return to stillness. The joy from a single moment does not last for the rest of your lifetime. And similarly, the suffering of a single moment does not last for a lifetime. And so I've seen so many people who are suicidal, who think that they're going to feel this way forever, where in fact, it's the opposite. Suicidality is never the baseline. It's always the aberration. And what does this mean for you? This means that there's urgency. What are we doing here? This is why we're doing what we're doing. Urgency. And so the cool thing about stuff like coaching is that coaching will get results in a particular window of time. That's what we optimize for, right? So you may have heard, I don't know if y'all have heard this, but I was talking to some of our coaches recently, and I was telling them, like, you don't have to hang on to a client. Like, don't try to hang on to a client. Our goal is to, like, help them put themselves together, teach them positive self-talk, motivate them, help them with their career, whatever they need. We're going to point out their cognitive biases. We're going to help them understand themselves, and we're going to help them become independent. We don't want to breed a group of dependents. We want to breed independence and send them out the door. Y'all don't worry about hanging on to clients. We'll find you the clients. Hell, for 18 months, our coaching program was full with a waiting list of over 1,000 people. So we've increased capacity by 70% this year. Why? Because more people need help. And not just that they need help, but that they need help now. That the consequences of not getting help today will actually ripple out. And as someone who's fucked up their life, and it took me literally 8 or 9 years to crawl out of that pit. I don't wish that on anyone. Can you do it on your own? Sure. Did I do it on my own? Sort of. But what's the price that I paid by doing it on my... But I was so fucking hard-headed that I didn't even want help. My ego was dominating. Oh, I don't need help. I don't want help. I can do it by myself. And what was the price that I paid for my arrogance? 9 years of my life. It's hard to graduate with a 2.5 GPA. And people are like, oh my God, like, he ended up at Harvard. Like, if he can do it, I can do it. It fucking sucked. I'd much rather have had a 4.0. It would have been so much easier. So Jakal Red is saying, I spent 8 to 10 years digging the hole. How long will it take to get out? So to be blunt, it depends on whether you're doing it by yourself. If you get someone else's help, it's going to go way faster than you do it on your own. You guys just think about this for a second. If you're behind on mathematics, or if you want to learn how to swim, how long does it take you to learn how to swim or learn an instrument? By yourself versus someone actually teaching you. That's the difference. So this is where, we're here to build resources for y'all. We're here to help you. But like, I cannot stress this enough that your life is worth living at the highest level. Like, you deserve every ounce of happiness that you can squeeze out of this life. And so what we want you to do is get to that level as quickly as possible. There's a huge urgency behind what we do, which I don't think we share enough. We're desperate to get y'all in a place where you're actually like living. Like, I don't want y'all to figure this shit out in 2 years. I want you to figure it out in 12 weeks. Because here's the thing. If it takes you 2 years versus 12 weeks, that's 21 months that you will never get back. 21 months that you will never get back. And I lost years of my life. Almost a decade. And I'm never going to get that time back. And so we want y'all to get better, like nowsies. Like, don't fuck around. Don't wait until 2023. Don't, whatever you need to do, like, do it now. There's no benefit in waiting. Why do we wait? We wait because we hope that the problem will resolve itself. That's why we wait, right? If I ignore this for a while, will it go away? That's why we wait. So do something. I don't care what it is. Y'all can do right in the fields and learn some meditation, learn something from Dr. K's guide, go see a therapist, sign up for coaching. But don't wait. Because you only have a limited amount of time on this earth, and it should be as good as you can possibly make it. That's what I want for you, honestly. So fucking do it. And this is where like, oh, my New Year's resolution. Don't even wait 8 days. Because if you wait for a New Year's resolution, I'll start on the new year, you're losing 1 week. Start today. I don't care what it is. If it's doing 20 jumping jacks, 5 push-ups, a plank for 15 seconds, and 20 lunges or 10 lunges, like whatever it is. If it's learning how to cook, if it's drinking a glass of water, if it's uninstalling a video game, if it's calling someone that you care about, if it's meditating for 5 minutes, just do whatever you can today, because tomorrow is going to be no different. Tomorrow is still going to be today. It's not going to be any easier tomorrow. And Jerdy's saying going to bed on time. Going to bed on time is not hard. The hard thing is staying awake and being fucking bored for 2 hours while you fall asleep. And that's what you should absolutely do. Because you have to teach your mind that we're going to fucking sit here until you fall asleep, but you're not going to get an out any which way. And the moment that you give your mind an out is the moment that your mind learns, oh, all we have to do is run out the clock on this dumbass. And eventually he'll pick up his phone. I don't actually need to go to sleep. Because if I can hold out longer than this guy can, if I can outweight boredom, then we can stay up till 4 a.m. and we can get twice as much dopamine as this fucker who wants us to go to sleep. So Pan Kromka is saying, your words hurt. I've lost a decade or so as well. I'm 31 now. Every grain in the hourglass hurts like hell, and I'm almost out of my hole that I'm digging it deeper at the same time, but your words are hurtful in a weirdly good way. Hey. Yeah, I mean, that's the tough thing, right? So that's why, like, we're here, right? We're here to help each other out. And this is where I'd say, if you're digging the hole and climbing out of it, like, get some help, dude. And this is where sometimes we'll say there's no shame in help. Of course there's shame in help. What the fuck are you talking about? There's shame in it. Let's be honest with ourselves. The question is the avoidance of shame worth not getting help? And that's where I'd say absolutely not. Sure, there's some shame in it. So eat the shame and get the help. Trust me, it's the right move. I need to pee.
Yeah, let me just chill with chat for a little bit. I gotta pee. All right, you pee. Hey, chat. How's everybody doing? Oh, wow. I've been in the kitchen most of the day trying to lubricate him, hydrate him, feed him, and then caffeinate him. So much. Do y'all like the holiday setup? That's another thing. All right, I will take a couple of y'all's questions. I'm really excited that we're getting to hang out with you guys because the year has been such a sprint. We have like no free time, so we're finally free. Our kids are hanging out at a friend's house, so that's pretty sweet. Sounds like Alec was trying to shame you for some reason. And I'm bummed that you guys didn't really get to appreciate the cocktail because it was quite amazing. I'm going to show you what it was supposed to be. So they're called snow globes. And what you do is you freeze the rosemary to the bottom of the thing. I don't know if the camera will pick it up, but then it looks like a little Christmas tree in your thing. Requires somebody who actually appreciates these things. All right. How do you feel about Alec behaving the way he is? Honestly, this is my favorite kind of Alec. He's just kind of unfiltered. How are you going to celebrate Christmas? We're going to pare it back this year. Usually, we're always like the place where people gather, and we love hosting. But this year is a little bit less extravaganza. We're going to go a little bit easier on the gifts. Try to get our kids to appreciate people more than things. What food was Dr. K eating? These are tostadas, but anytime we order Mexican food, this is always my next day kind of thing. So you just take like we always get fajitas. So you just kind of chop up the fajitas and kind of make, add some vegetables to it. And then I make like a spreadable thing with the beans. So I just mix the beans and the salsa and spread that around. Then I mix up, like, cut up the meat and the vegetables, put that on. And then I make queso, put that on, and then put a bunch of green stuff on top so it looks healthy. It's great. Can I hug Dr. K for us? Come here, chat wants to give you a hug.
I shall accept.
I feel like chat wouldn't give you a cheek-to-cheek hug.
They wouldn't give me cheek-to-cheek hug. It's inappropriate.
Dare to dream, chat. Dare to dream. I'm super awkward with hugs with other people because I always hug cheek to cheek, and people think I'm going for like the Euro like, and then it always ends up just like bumping faces. Super awkward. Yes, I'm Miss Kruthi in chat, or Mrs. K.
This is a good book, by the way.
Especially great for taking out eyeballs.
Do you know how to end stream, or am I?
I'll come get you. You go hang out with my mom.
Okay.
Did you enjoy her coffee? It's
haven't had-
very Mina coffee. Isn't that good?
Yeah, I'll have it a little bit.
Okay. I'll have you know that you used your mouse pad as a coaster, not I. This was you.
Okay, yeah.
Don't get on me for this later.
I'll get on you for other things later.
You're so subtle. All right, what can I do for you guys? By the way, on Wednesday, we're going to do a stream together. So we're going to help with family drama questions. And I don't know if you guys are getting excited to visit people at home, or I don't know if you're like me, not really that excited. What is the name of the book Dr. K showed? He took it with him, sorry. I'll post it on either Instagram or Twitter later. What if I don't have family? That's tough, man. And whether you've lost family or cut off family or have been cut off from family, it's really tough. But some of the closest friends I have are people that have kind of had to step away from their families. And, you know, the family you make can be just as good, if not better, than the family you're born into, I think. What's Dr. K's favorite cocktail? Anything. He's a gin guy, but he doesn't really drink that often. I don't know if you can tell. He's really not much of a drinker. Why can't I do the things I know will help me? I mean, if you're like me, it's probably because it's hard. It's harder to do the thing than to complain about the thing. Not that you're complaining, I complain. Choosing family, I think, is the best family, but also it's not as through thick and thin as blood family. And I think that's, you know, that's why they say there's nothing like family. And to not be able to replace that, I empathize with people that are missing real family in that way. I have a question about interviews, which might be who's best to ask, but I'm curious if they are something Dr. K is still wanting to do, and if so, who would know if a guest is what you're looking for? Yeah, the interview process is something that, you know, we've continuously taken kind of a hard look at because, you know, there's a line that we definitely don't want to cross between the interview and it being therapy and, you know, who's the right guest and things like that. We've definitely had people on that kind of regretted it. So we'll pull the interview and, you know, while it was great live, you know, there's definitely after effects to that. So we've kind of tried to do interviews more with people that we are absolutely sure are comfortable having that public. And even if they're not, you know, we'll always take the corrective action. But I think for interviews going forward, what we're trying to do is explore deep-rooted beliefs that are a little bit outside of the norm to see what we can learn from that. So, like the potential school shooter one was a good one. Olive really loved the Jimmy from Philly interview, but those kinds of interviews where it's a little bit outside of kind of what you might encounter elsewhere, that's kind of more what we're looking for interviews. Interviews are so much fun, I agree. It's tricky because they're really fun here, but they're not, they don't perform as well on YouTube, so it's always like the content grind is something else, because doing what we want isn't always what people want. Are my eyebrows uneven? They're so uneven. How do people just sit here looking at themselves? It's so distracting. Any recommendations if you want to do coaching but feel like you need the coaching to afford it? I know what you mean. I know what you mean, because I work with a coach too, and sometimes I'm like, God damn, I'm paying this coach a lot. There's a couple of things. One is we have a subsidy fund if you want to apply there. The second thing is, if you're more interested in something like career coaching, try it, you know, and you can be explicit with your coach. Hey, I am really trying to get a new job landed by week 4. And your coach will help you understand, first of all, that's going to be tough, but we can do it. Or, you know, this is usually going to take 6 to 8 weeks, whatever that coach kind of recommends for your pace. But I would say give it a shot. State your goals. If your coach feels confident that they can help you with those goals on your timeline, great. And if not, now you know. But don't not do something out of fear of it not working out. Would Dr. K have a podcast with someone like Jordan Peterson? Absolutely, he would. We would love that. I think that would be so rich, right? Because I think Jordan Peterson definitely has a point of view, which I think Alok finds interesting from when people have a very strong point of view about something. So that in itself is interesting, but also kind of from a career point of view, you know, leaving academia into becoming kind of like going into publishing or content. I think it'd be an interesting conversation. You know, they definitely diverge in their worldviews, but I think that's okay. It would be interesting. And I feel like this is implied, but maybe I should be more explicit. Like, an interview doesn't mean an endorsement. I think in general, what we're trying to do is connect people instead of letting people just kind of waste away in their echo chambers, siloed away from each other. I can see why. I see why you guys would think, you know, oh, that's a terrible person. But I don't know. I think people are more than just some of their offhand comments and things like that. He has made some very bad statements. I mean, I don't disagree. He's very polarizing, definitely. Okay, I don't know how to react to all these JVP statements. I don't know. I think everyone... You're seeing it now on Twitter, like these different echo chambers of people. And I think the more reaction they get, the more you kind of have to dig your heels in. Because, I mean, he's in the entertainment business now, so he's not there to be neutral. Am I quiet? Am I really that quiet? I don't know if Dr. K is coming back. He's going to hang out with my mom for a little bit. I can go get him if you really want him back, but I think he needs some time. He's been doing this for a little while. Let's see. Who was the most controversial guest? I don't think it was any single guest. I think, you know, what we do is somewhat controversial in the interviews, but I think as many people as we've consulted before, during, and after, I feel good about the interviews in themselves, the way they were conducted, the way any issues were handled. I think there's a lot of integrity in them, even though you know not everybody sees every piece of it. But I'm really proud of the impact that they've had. Yeah, I kind of kicked him out so he can spend some time with family, but also I feel like when you're just sitting in your chair and yelling at the screen for like 4 hours, I think he just needs to walk around a bit. Yeah, everybody has something. Polaritude. I think everybody has something to offer, and a lot of times, the more public somebody is, the less they're willing to share, which is totally fine. But I think it's all a matter of how much somebody is willing to kind of share with the people in chat. Does he still practice psychiatry outside of Healthy Gamer? He, he's stopped taking new clients, but he still sees some of his old patients. And I think getting back to patient work is something that he's wanting to do a little bit more of in 2023, not like full time, but I think it really helps keep him sharp, because that's like kind of the problem is sometimes people kind of step completely out of one world into the other, and then they lose their kind of pulse on what is actually going on in the world. So I think it's very helpful for him, and Healthy Gamer certainly benefits more from it too. Fragment Shader, for coaching, is it a full commitment to the selected duration or weeks? If what you're asking is, can you move some of your scheduling around from time to time? Yeah, you can. Either your coach or the customer service team can help you out there. That's it's not that big of a deal. The good news is we're still pretty small, all things said and done, so we're pretty flexible. Philken7, when did you know that you wanted to be with Dr. K for the long haul, and how did it hit you? It hit me like, I met him when I was it was at camp, and we hadn't spoken, but I saw him, and I saw him during the stage at which I think he looks back on as his lowest stage. And it wasn't necessarily physical attraction. It was more like, I don't know why, but I know this person, and this person's going to be a big part of my life. And I just kind of knew he was going to be part of my life. I didn't know how much until we started dating, and then it was like, okay, I guess we're done. This is it. Corey Brown Tricks, do you think it would be inappropriate to start a GoFundMe to cover a coaching program if the initial cost is out of reach? I do think other people funding coaching for other people is a nice thought. I don't love the idea of a GoFundMe because we don't like to constantly ask people to fund something. And then the other thing that we've seen is when somebody isn't paying for something, their commitment level, this is statistically, okay? This isn't like, I'm sure there are exceptions to this, but when people have subsidized rates, or when people are not paying for their own coaching, somebody else is paying for it, they don't show up as often. So it's kind of a waste, right? Compared to somebody who could have been working with that coach day in, day out, or week to week, but doing the work and really could have gotten better. And given that, there's such a scarcity, it feels like a waste. So we prefer clients that, are really committed to the program and what they're doing, so that way everybody's getting better. Yeah, we have a very generous refund policy. because again, this is, for us, this is like the thing that we thought was missing, and we've built it in large part in partnership with you guys, with some people saying, I would love to be a coach, and here's my life experiences, and here's what I want to contribute, and other people saying, I really wish somebody who really understood me could help me work through some of this stuff. And, you know, we'll never claim to be therapy. You guys hear us say that so much, it probably makes, you know, your head spin a little bit, because we're always like, it's not therapy, but it's, you know, it's just everything else. It's the social side. It's everything that, when you look at what therapists themselves wish they could do and what people themselves wish they could get in therapy, that's what we do. We teach skills, we help people understand themselves, we help people figure out what they want to do with their career, and we do it a lot cheaper. And it's not that I think therapists do a bad job, it's that given the scarcity of mental health services, you want therapists practicing at the top of their license. So you want them working on major trauma, eating disorders. You want them working on like the serious stuff. And the stuff that we work on is, you know, hard and it's real and it's difficult, but it's not medical. And those things I feel our coaches do a great job with. And that's not just my feeling, right? But that's like all of the studies and the research and the analysis and all of that we do about it. And then therapists get to work with patients, and then like everybody gets access to the care and the help that they need. Isn't saying that just a way to get around some laws? Well, I'm not just saying it, right? I've had to build it from the ground up, what it can and can't do, how we operate in different countries, what coaches are like, the way that they're certified. Like, it's not just me saying it. It is the substance of how it has been conceived and built to squarely stay within not just some laws, but all laws. Action Hervey, that's not a bad way to put it. Realtor, you know, we do have coaches that work in different languages. So if that's something that's important to you, we can explore whether we can get you a coach that speaks the language you speak. Outside of that, if it's if English is your second language or a non-native language, that's no problem. We have clients in 77 countries. That's also something I'm super, super proud of, to be able to work at an international scale like this is pretty awesome. Yeah, there are coaches in the EU for sure, which helps with, you know, scheduling and all the rest. Is anything expected out of anybody that joins the Discord? No, not really. I mean, decency. How does someone get over being tired of needing to be mature? I'm still tired of needing to be mature. I don't know. I think you got to be able to take breaks, be who you are. It's tiring. Being an adult is tiring, especially nowadays. I remember hearing from the young parent, it's exhausting. It's just harder than it used to be. So I think being tired is something that needs to be taken care of, and needing to be mature is maybe somewhat of a fallacy. I don't know that we all really need to be mature. Do we have to use a mic in coaching sessions? I mean, your coach should be able to hear you, but you don't need a fancy mic. Letter Blue, how does one go about requesting advice from Dr. K on stream? You don't, Olga and I are going to do a family drama stream, so if you join the Discord, they'll make announcements there whenever we are doing advice streams. Do we have any Aussie coaches? I wish. I just saw something that was really interesting that Australia is doing. They're doing psychosocial recovery coaches, which are recovery coaches, meaning recovery coaches are people that help with addiction and substance abuse disorder. So, post rehab or post kind of like a big episode, if you're trying to get sober, often you work with a recovery coach. And now Australia has psychosocial recovery coaches that are just started getting covered by their national insurance program, which I think is really cool because a psychosocial recovery coach is going to help you on those social skills and things like that we've been preaching is super important for mental health and like reintegration with society and all that good stuff. So I think it's really cool. I'm following Australia very closely. Well, thank you for the hair compliment. Sorry, I'm missing what is concerning necessarily. Psychosocial, correct. Where do I find these AU coaches? I don't remember the exact resource. I'm not super familiar with Australian like national health programs, but I think it's I think what happens is you kind of go through the system and then you get like assigned a psychosocial person. But this is not my area of expertise, but I believe the kind of big flaw in the plan with these national insurance systems is you have to go sequentially. You have to go like from this one, then they refer you, then they refer you, then they refer you. You don't get to just be like, this is what I want. Which is why, unfortunately, a lot of times private pay or going outside the system is necessarily what happens. May I please ask if payments to coaches will be implemented for the regional payment that you mentioned before, for example, in Canada? Do you mean in local currency or do you mean like dynamic adjusted pricing? Currency we definitely, I think, already take into account, but regional pricing where, the currency exchange is so different. We haven't worked that out because we have to, we would need coaches to be willing to be paid in that currency, which in 77 countries is just logistically very challenging. So right now because most of our clients are primarily US, Canada, Germany, I think like Norway, Finland, that's like kind of Scandinavian countries. And then we've got Australia, India. I think those are our biggest countries. DJ Danny Boy, I don't know if you're trolling me or if this is a real question, but they are definitely not considered a substitute for therapists. The way our advisory board says it to us is all therapists do what our coaches do, but coaches cannot do what therapists do. So it is often the case where people are working with therapists on things that they could be working with coaches on, but just because a therapist can do what a coach can doesn't mean a coach can do what a therapist can. So they are not a substitute for therapists. Therapists can sometimes be coaches, but coaches cannot be therapists. Avoidant personality disorder. I think that would be a great lecture, and I'm also seeing stuff about depersonalization and like kind of, what is it called? Dissociative, when you kind of are not in your own body. I'm Mad Manny. Any tips on getting the psychotherapeutic skills of Dr. K without going to Harvard, books, etc.? A lot of this is really experience earned. You can't, you can't just learn stuff and then start working with people. You've got to work with people and have that experience to get good at or better at working with people. Mo Money, Mo Bamba, any tips for diving into a new phase in life? What a great question. Man, I wish I had the self-awareness that you guys have. You're starting your first post-grad job next month and moving out of your hometown and been struggling with anxiety and nerves. Sure. So I think depending on how extroverted or not you are, I would answer this differently. I need people. I'm an extrovert, and I need to, be able to go into a job and have people there that I want to like say hi to and go to coffee with and stuff like that. So I think the people in those relationships would be what I prioritize. If you're not as extroverted and not as kind of driven by those kinds of relationships, I'm super introverted. Okay, and you're going to be working in a managerial role, so complete opposite. Yeah. Okay, so if you're super introverted and you're moving into a new town, then I would look at it as a fresh start to kind of get exactly the way that you want it to be. I think sometimes anxiety and nerves is about thinking about what people's expectations of you are and like hoping you can live up to those expectations. So I would say take this as an opportunity to be able to set the expectations of people around you and kind of like build things the way that you would want them to be. I'm sure Alec would have like, a 10-minute answer. My very short answer is, if you're introverted, to make sure that you have some people that you can count on, but like prioritize your home space, help set expectations for the people that you're going to be working with the most, how available or not available you are, how social or not social you are. Oh, Sabato, thank you for sharing that story. I'm so proud of you. 2 years ago, I was a depressed NEET and started HG coaching. Now I'm working a really interesting job in health tech with great people. Thanks for the help. Thank you for taking a chance on us. I really, really appreciate that so much. I'm really proud of you. I have hope of getting better someday, but also am afraid of letting this go. It has been 3 years and it feels weird to live in a world without the healthy gamer. Thanks. All right. I feel like you guys are going faster than me. Oh, hey, Al Cheesy. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by. Corey Brown Tricks. I started my own business recently, but I massively struggle with sales. Sales is tough. I can't decide if it's better to overcome my barriers with sales or overcome my reluctance to find a partner salesperson. Well, if you can't recruit a salesperson, like if you cannot sell to a salesperson why they should come join you, you definitely need a salesperson, because that is clearly going to be your sticking point. So I would start there. Try to get a salesperson. You're going to learn a lot about yourself in that process. Okay, now I'm going to drink Alec's water. Hi, Turbulent Solace. I am Kruthi. I'm Mrs. K. I am letting Alec take a quick break. How did we meet? We met in a camp. Yeah, we met at summer camp. I don't know. There's not a lot more to the story other than we kind of like, made eyes at each other and then didn't speak to each other for like 5 years. And then I was a camp counselor, and he had just come back from, like, when I met him, he was going to become a monk. And then a week later, he was like, yeah, I don't think I'm going to do that. I did used to be more manly. Yeah, it's kind of crazy to think about Gum Fun too, that he would have had a very different life. No, nobody can shave his head. His hair is worth fighting for, I will say. All right, guys. Well, it's been really fun hanging out with you guys. I hope to see you more on Wednesday. If you aren't already in the Discord, please join. And that way, if you have any kind of family drama that you want to talk about on Wednesday, we can do that. I'll come here and say bye.
Oh, we're saying bye?
We're saying bye,
Okay.
right?
Bye, everybody. Sure.
Yeah.
We have stuff to do.
All right, I'm going to take care of you. Did you drink your coffee?
No, I didn't have coffee. I'm going to skip on coffee. Okay.
All right.
Just water. Take care, everybody.
Forgot your water. Okay, bye, guys. Happy holidays.
We'll see y'all maybe on Wednesday.
Maybe on Wednesday.
Have a Merry Christmas for those of y'all that celebrate it.
Oh, wait, before you click that button, I don't know if you know this, and I'm sorry to sound like a salesperson, but if you are looking for a gift, our modules to Dr. K's guide are giftable, just in case you need a last minute gift for someone.
And that too is because people kept on asking us, like, can I gift the module? So we built that functionality. So take care, everybody, and have a happy new year. Or I guess we'll see y'all before the new year. But have a Merry Christmas, and we'll see y'all next week. Adios.
Bye.